paradise since the first time I saw you standing there. But it seems so long ago now, yeah. It's paradise, but no map can show us how to get there. Come on up, baby, let it love. We made our way out of long, long darkness, and we made it this far, such a long road. So let's go, shine it all the way. Oh, we're on our own path now. We can take it anywhere that we wanna go. Sweet songs of love, oh, can we hear it too? I am always looking at you, my sweet girl, and I see you right there smiling back at me too.
Perfect timing. Hi, guys. I swear to God, I have a hard out tonight at 1 a.m., maybe 2 a.m. We'll see. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. I say for the millionth time. But what are we doing today? I guess I should finish that Piers Morgan panel because I didn't finish it yesterday because I got sidetracked with her take. Did you say you have a heart on? No. Get your mind out of the gutter. Oh, okay. You'll know when I say that. Don't worry. Okay, let's split it up. That her take episode is fucking wild. The fact, just that fucking Adam throwing that tampon at Anna. I could do things that would violate TOS in response to that. It's so fucking annoying. Okay, where were we? Like, I really don't like when he does this. He like will intersperse like a random conversation in between the debate. I kind of wish he would just do the interview at the beginning and then the debate and then not cut back to this, but whatever.
Professor, all due respect, Professor. All due respect, Professor. I've seen you doing this kind of shtick in the last few days on all sorts of shows. And let me just...
What did I miss? Who got a tampon thrown at them? Yesterday, Pisco and I reacted to the latest episode of Her Take, the valuetainment version of The View, basically. And Adam Sosnick, who's like a regular on the PBD podcast and has his own podcast through the Valuetainment Network called Saucecast, literally he like had a tissue in his pocket and he threw it at her, and then he had a tampon in his pocket for some reason, and then he threw that at her as well. And Anna somehow didn't lose her mind like I would have.
Reason that I actually think that Israel has a right to do what it is doing with your regime is that your regime has been the fulcrum of terrorism in the Middle East now for decades. Through Hezbollah, through the Houthis, through Hamas, it has done whatever it can do to destabilize the region, to terrorize Israel and anyone else it doesn't like. It's a draconian, oppressive, appalling regime which is deeply unpopular with many Iranians. And every time I've seen you appear in the last few days, you've had a big smirk grin on your face, as if somehow you know better than everybody else, and that somehow we are misinterpreting your rulers and your regime, and that you're all a bunch of really nice people who have nothing but good intentions for the rest of the world, when in fact it's the complete opposite. And finally, Israel has said enough. And they're coming after your nuclear capability because your own ruler, the Ayatollah, has made it clear that he would very much like to see Israel removed from this world. And if you hear that and you're in Israel, then you're going to take action to stop that happening. So that would be my response to you.
Well, if Iran...
The irony of fucking Piers Morgan trying to get on anybody else for being smug. Give me a break.
...is over. I would point out that you are a dishonest person and a dishonest so-called journalist.
You can do ad hominem stuff as much as you like.
But you were too cowardly. Be quiet for a moment. Be quiet for a moment and let me speak.
You don't tell me how to behave on my own show. If you're going to call me a coward, if you're going to call me a coward and a liar, then I won't be quiet on my own show. Especially not from someone like you who spews disinformation.
I am the one in this building that has been evacuated, and I'm only sitting here because of you. So allow me to speak.
Well, keep the ad hominem attached to yourself then. If you're going to call me a liar and a coward, I'm going to jump in and take you on.
You are.
I think it's so weird how Piers will also do this with just a completely like just 1,000-yard stare. He looks totally detached sometimes when he is this way, and like his heart's not even in it.
So show some respect or don't bother.
You are a coward. You are a coward. You did not come to Iran when I invited you, so you have no right to.
I wouldn't trust going to Iran.
He said dishonest. That's not ad hominem, is it? LOL. To these people, anytime you insult in the middle of a conversation or debate, that's ad hom, even though it's not technical. Definition of ad hom is when you replace an argument for the insult, not when you use an insult alongside an argument.
Why on earth would I trust going to Iran? As your guest,
your guest said nonsense about.
As your guest in Iran, with with your contacts with the Iranian regime, I wouldn't trust that as far as I can throw it.
So don't comment about Iran if you don't come here.
Well, let me give you some facts about your country. Let me give you some facts and see where I'm wrong here. Women face severe restrictions when it comes to marriage.
He can name every single terrible domestic issue that exists within Iran that obviously exists, and it's still not going to follow from that Israel should be unilaterally conducting military operations in another sovereign country. They're not doing this to fucking liberate them.
Inheritance, child custody, and so on. Compulsory veiling, punishable by flogging and prison sentences. Women punished for bad dressing, defined as exposing any body parts below the neck. Women banned from certain professions. They can't be judges. They can't be they can't be in certain positions in government. A ban on independent political parties, civil society organizations, trade unions, LGBT people suffer.
This guy's gonna get murked. He keeps doing these appearances.
Discrimination and violence, closing shops that have so-called improperly veiled customers. Authorities censor media, jam certain television channels, continue to block or filter.
I can't remember even what followed or like what came before this, but I don't remember him at any point praising Iran or saying like it's a democracy, but maybe I memory hold that. I just feel like I would have noticed if he did.
Mobile apps, social media platforms, executions, including those of children, torture and other ill treatment are widespread and systematic. State television can often air torture-tainted confessions, arresting and sentencing people who break fast during Ramadan.
If Piers Morgan at any point promoted that Screams Without Silence or Words documentary by that billionaire, I can't think of her name, and is now complaining about anyone, a state TV apparatus, airing confessions that were extracted during torture, he is a fucking hypocrite, because there are confessions within that documentary that only came under duress.
Ramadan. Anyone who speaks out, protests against the regime can be subjected to the death penalty, flogging, prison terms, and other severe penalties. It doesn't sound like a great place for me to visit, with all due respect, Professor Morandi. So
most of what he just listed is like oppression towards women. It wasn't too much towards men, like women and children specifically.
Tell me that I'm a coward and I'm a liar, and I can tell you that you prop up personally. You go on the airwaves and you disingenuously prop up and grotesquely defend a terrible regime, which is now getting, as many people see, its final comeuppance for constantly threatening Israel with getting a bomb and taking it out. And that's what this is about. You know it and I know it. And you also know that your regime has propped up the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas.
I hate the way he says the Houthis. He says the Houthis.
It has been the octopus with its tentacles of terrorism.
The Houthis, the blowfish, right?
So you can call me what you like, but what you can't do is deny what I've just said.
You are a coward.
So you keep saying. So you keep saying.
You are a coward.
That's all you can say, isn't it? That's all you've got. That's all you've got. Do one of your smoke rings.
You helped enable genocide in Gaza for 2 months. You don't want to let me talk. You don't want me to talk.
I do, but if all you're going to do is call me a coward and a liar, then why should I keep listening to that? Pointless. It's what you've been doing on the airwaves for days.
Because you say nonsense.
Really? What was nonsense about anything? What was nonsense about anything I said?
Everything, but you just rant on, and you think this way you can convince your audience that while your allies are murdering Iranians, while your allies have murdered
your regime has been responsible for mass murder. Your regime has been responsible for mass murder.
Let me talk. You are afraid. You are afraid of letting me talk because you know that your narrative is falling apart.
Your narrative is that I'm a coward and a liar. Have you got anything else in your tank? Any other argument other than ad hominem?
Tweets a couple of weeks ago, but you won't let me talk.
This is not my thing, like stalling, by the way. It's his feed.
I'm not afraid of you, Professor Morandi, but you look to me like you're afraid because you know now that the game is up.
Coward, yes.
Iran's terrorism game is up.
I am in the Iranian radio television building, and it has been emptied because they say they're going to bomb this building. And I stayed here for you. And you are responsible for justifying these criminal acts. And those colleagues of yours in Iran who are true journalists, who died today Their blood is on your hand, and
They're
you
not
will
on my
never
hands
escape
because
that.
I'm not
Just
part of
like
the Israeli
bomb
government
that fell
or the
on children of
IDF.
Gaza. You are too cowardly to let me talk.
No, but you have like a massive platform, and anybody can go back through it and see how much you defended Israel up until a point where it became untenable.
You're just talking nonsense.
You're a coward.
You're talking
you
nonsense.
Won't let me talk.
If I was a coward, I wouldn't have had you on. I wouldn't have had you on if I was a coward. But I knew what you would try and do. You try and do this with all the journalists that you talk to, and I'm afraid it doesn't work anymore. Your shtick doesn't work anymore. You defend the indefensible. Okay. You go ad hominem on every host you ever talk to. You were at it yesterday.
Is this guy known for being particularly petulant or something? I've never heard of him before this. I've never seen him.
And I'm not going to take it from you. Sorry. Just not going to.
I don't care. You're a genocide enabler. That's what you are.
And you're a terrorism defender. You're a terrorism defender.
You have blood on your hands.
Yeah. You defend a terrorist regime. That's what you do.
All the perfume of Arabia will never clean those hands of your peers. Kill. Keep on the killing. Keep on justifying murder. Keep on demonizing Iranians and Palestinians and Lebanese, and keep on killing. Keep on.
I demonize terrorists. What I do is demonize terrorists. And the main fulcrum, the main fulcrum of terrorism, the main terrorism for terrorism, which has been incredibly damaging to the people, to Palestinians, to Lebanese, to Iranians, has been the Iranian regime.
You are.
This is painful. I wanted to end.
Okay, you've nothing else to say. Professor Morandi, Professor Morandi, it's good to end with one of your smirks, because they really play well with an audience, I can tell you. When they see you smirking away, it really is a good look.
You're too cowardly to let me talk.
Yeah.
You're too cowardly.
Because all you've got to say is to attack me. All you care about is attacking me. That's not talking.
You won't let me explain anything.
Yeah.
You won't let me explain anything.
Whipping. Thank you for subscribing. Tier 1 subscription.
You won't let me explain anything.
You don't want to explain. You want to just call me a liar and a coward and a genocide enabler.
Explain that Hezbollah
you got anything else?
After Israel
anything
invaded
else?
Lebanon and captured the. Yes, you are. You are lying.
Okay.
You are lying about your rant was all lies about Iran.
Thank you for the interview. I wish you a safe there. I do. Genuinely. Okay. Thank you for joining me.
I don't think so.
I appreciate it. I'm going to go back to the panel now. Matthew Said, I've talked to Professor Morandi a few times, and I watched him on the airwaves in the last few days, getting increasingly angry watching him, because he is just a ludicrous individual who comes out and constantly defends.
If only people had seen the beginning when he was engaging with the Israeli ambassador the whole time. Piers just has kids' gloves on towards him, but this guy just has the incorrect attitude, and he goes hard on him the whole time and starts rattling off random stats or facts about the Iranian regime.
Is the indefensible when it comes to that Iranian regime, and has very close contacts with the rulers of Iran.
I just got jump scared by Cenk. Cenk is probably going to be the most reasonable person on this panel.
But it's an interesting thing that in between all the attacks he was spewing about me, the fact that he's sitting there now in a media building, by the sound of it, which he's been told to evacuate, this is getting very serious and very real, isn't it, for people in Iran?
Very serious. And he reminded me.
See, okay, this is what I saw. Hold on.
Really important. But how do you know?
So are you denying that the top commanders have been killed? Are you denying the top commanders were killed?
Oh, so what you're referring to basically is an attack, an act of aggression, that they suddenly fire missiles at civilian targets at apartment buildings and slaughter people in those apartment buildings, slaughtering whole families. For you, that's targeting. That's a really sophisticated act.
But if I can just ask, have military facilities been hit? Have nuclear facilities been hit?
One of the buildings that has some of these commanders, one or two of these commanders, was a large apartment building where they killed everyone, 60 people, 20 children. That's not important for people like you, but that's important for people like us. For you, people like you who support ethno-supremacism, and the chosen people being able to slaughter and exterminate Palestinians.
Professor Marandi, I'm just trying to get the perspective. We're trying to give you airtime so that you can give us the Iranian perspective on this. And we want to know, and I want to understand, Iran's position here. Will you come to the negotiating table now? Donald Trump, after these...
I want to know Iran's position. You, single individual person that I'm speaking to, please speak on behalf of your entire state.
Series of airstrikes and this attack was launched, called on Iran to...
Again, this guy is like a professor. I don't think that he's even any sort of like diplomat or somebody with political power, but I could be wrong. Professor of English Literature and Orientalism, University of Tehran.
It sounds like a guy who is trying to dictate to women how they should dress, how they should behave. Do you understand that in the West, we look at that as reprehensible behavior?
No, in the West, you objectify women, you commodify women, and you sexualize women, and you have Epsteins and many Epsteins who control women.
Wait, this was 10 hours ago. Was this old? Because he wasn't wearing that in the interview that we just watched. Whatever.
Maybe a bit of, I don't know, comical alley.
Yeah, I was exactly going to say that.
It's just completely ridiculous.
Yeah, completely deluded.
Deluded and clearly shilling for the regime. And I just think of this incredible civilization.
Clearly shilling for the regime.
With a GDP per capita of like $4,000. Israel's is over $50,000, a freer society, one that wishes to develop and grow and be prosperous, rather than to live in this medieval, religious, fanatical worldview. Is all the things that you said there, Piers, were completely true about the way they degrade women and repress free speech and all these other punitive measures that are just so awful to endure. One thing I'd throw in, though, is I agreed with the previous speaker on the panel who said that the Afghanistan war was a mistake. Would have been better not to have gone in. I think that's a fair counterfactual analysis. I actually was against the Iraq war too. But I think we should confront...
I bet he's one of these people, if this is even true, which I'm skeptical of, if he was against it, it either came after there was some support or it's a strategic error. It was never... It's like, it's not a war crime. It's not an abomination. It's this like, oh, we probably shouldn't have done that. Didn't actually turn out the way we thought it would.
Something that I don't think was confronted by the America First lobby, which is that if one agrees that Iran would like a nuclear weapon, as the Nuclear Weapon Atomic Energy Authority has said, 60% enrichment, getting very, very close. And if you also believe, as I do, that they would likely use it, then let's not pretend that America can stay out of this. Even a relatively small nuclear war would lead to a nuclear winter that would have an effect around the world of catastrophic proportions. It would affect...
I mean, what the hell? That's like an oxymoron to say, like a relatively small nuclear war. And he's not wrong that, yeah, the United States doesn't really have a choice to be involved or not be involved. When Israel struck, it kind of forced our hands.
Farming all around the world, it would lead to famine. We can't allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon. The idea that the counterfactual is staying out and allowing potentially a nuclear strike to occur would be catastrophic. I think we need to face up to that truth.
All right, Cenk, I mean, you were shaking your head throughout all that. I don't understand why you feel comfortable being such a defender of Iran.
I'm not. No. You see, that's total propaganda. Okay, so let's break it down one by one. Okay, so number one, when I see the Israelis...
I'm like already tired of this framing. It happened on her take. It's going to continue happening for the next few weeks. Anybody who is skeptical of the military actions in Tehran, you are going to be... The next follow-up question will be, why do you love the Ayatollah so much? Why do you love Iran so much? Why do you hate Israel so much? Why do you hate your own country? Why do you hate freedom? Why do you love oppressing women? Why do you love radical jihadism?
Ambassador earlier, he sounds like Baghdad Bob to me. Like Iran is the aggressor. No, Israel is clearly the aggressor. We all saw them start the war. Second of all, they say, oh my God, we're so worried about civilians. Israel always kills more civilians than their opponents, and by an order of magnitude. For example, Hamas, terrible. They killed 36 kids on October 7th. Awful, right? Israel has killed 500 times as many kids. So this guy, pretending to be an Iranian expert, is telling us about how much he's concerned about women. Israel has killed 20,000 women in Gaza. How about their rights? How about the rights of to those...
The Backstreet Boys really fell off.
Women to stay alive. How about all the civilians that are murdering in Iran?
Why are you avoiding criticizing?
So when I see you guys...
Yeah, but Cenk, why are you criticizing?
No, I'm not avoiding it at all. I'm not avoiding it at all. Let me explain. Let me explain.
Okay. Why are you ducking saying criticism of Iran?
I mean, it's not avoiding. It's just not relevant.
It's a simple question.
I'm not ducking it at all. You ready?
Yeah.
You ready?
Because like the criticism that he's talking about is like, why haven't you condemned that they treat women badly? A thing that's trivially obvious and just exists, a question that exists to derail.
It's simple. I don't like the Iranian regime at all. Okay, I'm an atheist now. They would kill me first. I got no interest in the Iranian regime, but the Israeli regime would also murder me. So I want you guys to be fair and balanced. So don't tell me that the Iranian regime is super dangerous to its neighbors while Israel actually attacks all of its neighbors, including Iran. So tell me about how dangerous the Israeli terrorist regime is as it attacks civilians again and again and again, except that you say, well, Muslim lives don't really matter. That's why you guys don't count the Muslim civilians that Israel murders on a regular basis. So look, if we think the Iranian regime is bad, and it is, it's just like...
Watching this go back and, like, people actually trying to, again, derail it into a conversation about Iran's domestic policies would be like if people in the West actually took Russia's claims of denazification of Ukraine seriously, and anybody that's criticizing Russia for invading was badgered with questions like, oh, so you like Nazism? Why don't you think that this is something that that Ukraine should take care of? You know, if you were Jewish, you would be persecuted.
All right, don't talk over each other.
Hold on, Ben. Let me finish. So the North Korean regime is terrible. The Chinese regime runs concentration camps for Uyghur Turks. Those Turks are my people. The Russians invaded Ukraine. These are all terrible regimes. That doesn't mean we have to start a war with them.
Ben respond.
And it doesn't mean that America has to fight Israel's war for it.
Well, America isn't fighting it at the moment. At the moment, America...
Fight your own wars.
But America is not...
$1, not one truth.
America is not...
We're not fighting it. We're just cutting them blank checks for everything that they want, need. We're doing weapons transfers. We have the President of the United States pretty much uncritically backing them after we initially distance ourselves.
Not involved in this war at the moment. Ben Ferguson.
Yeah, it's amazing he just said that Israel would kill him. I asked him 7, 8 times.
That's not true,
What would they murder you for? What would they murder you for? And I said over and over again, you said that Israel would murder you.
They murder journalists more than any other country.
So
they
you're telling
murdered
me right
more
now,
journalists than world.
I think him being an atheist makes him feel smart and correct. Me being an atheist makes me feel smart and correct.
World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and Afghanistan combined, they murdered more journalists than all other conflicts in the world.
If you are on this panel, to some extent, you are arrogant for the most part. That's the only way you can get on these.
Combined, they murder Muslim Americans, 12 of them, and America does not defend American citizens in the occupied territories.
All right, Shane, let him speak.
Murders Americans all the time, and America never defends us.
This is the problem. When you say things that are this egregious, everyone watching around the world is going to look at this and say, this guy is an idiot because you didn't answer the question. You said that Israel would murder you right now.
ChatGPT, look it up. Israel has murdered more journalists than all other conflicts in the world combined.
I'm asking you personally. You said they would murder you now. I'm not going to let up on this. What would they murder you for? You're telling me right now that you think Israel wants to find you and kill you right now where you are?
No. If I go to Israel, you said
full of crap.
Go to Israel. If I go to Israel, Israel would almost certainly murder. IDF already wrote my name on a bomb. It's not like they're hiding it. And they murder journalists more than any other country. In fact,
Jenka Piers citing Grok. What do you mean? What did he say that wasn't true?
Like all the other countries combined. That's a literal fact. And they murder Muslim Americans, 12 of them. And they didn't object under Biden. We don't object under Trump because you can murder American citizens only if you're Israel. The terrorist state of Israel is allowed to kill Americans. And what do we have to do? We have to give them another $311 billion. We have to start another war for them like Iraq and spend $2 trillion. Why do the American people owe Israel hundreds of billions of dollars? Why do we owe them more wars?
All right, let Ben respond.
Dead American soldiers.
Let Ben respond, Cenk.
Anything.
Don't talk over each other.
Give me the $300 billion back.
Let Ben respond.
Cenk's been cooking.
I don't know you. And Ben, you're
He's
supposed
like
to be an
steamrolling
American,
this one.
not an Israeli. Look at me and Jack. Me and Jack don't agree on anything else. But we agree that we should serve America. I say Americans first, not Israelis. Stop the wars.
Let me say this.
Look at MAGA.
Here's what
Let Ben speak.
Number one.
Steve Bannon, all saying stop the war. We didn't ask for war.
Ben,
Here's the left
Ben
and the right
speak.
uniting saying we don't want war.
Cenk, let Ben speak.
Number one, my foreign policy has changed drastically from after 9/11. I don't think we should go into Iraq. Afghanistan, if I could have a redo, I would change what I thought about that. I've said that very clearly for years now on TV. But no, I said I've changed my foreign policy. When you make mistakes and you see what happens, it's okay to change. It's called growing up, all right? You learn from your mistakes. I'm not in favor of invading America into Iran. So let me say that first so you put words in my mouth. Second thing, I've seen 2 hostage videos today. One from the guy that's in Iran right now and you. And I don't know why you act like there's a country
It's so annoying how people just let them get it. It would completely derail it, but it's so annoying how these fucking ghouls will say now that Trump has made it untenable for people to support the Iraq war after he was like, yeah, that was a mistake in 2016. That they'll all pretend like, yeah, I was against it and I've been against it for a long time. And it's like you being against it for almost 10 years now, again, like 2016, 2015, that was around the time that there was already starting to be more open criticism of it, even from Republicans. So you only get credit for it if you were opposed to it before or during. You don't get credit for it like 10 years later, you change your mind and you see the disaster that it caused.
That is running terrorism in the Middle East, Iran, who's chanting death to Israel. By the way, death to America. They chant death to America too, okay? And why you
thinks Afghanistan is a mistake. Why does he support the Taliban? I mean, these people thinking like, again, they should be called out for repeating a mistake. They're like, hey, I was against the Iraq war. And then without a shred of irony or self-awareness, they will go on to say, and I support this war as well, even though it's pretty much the same premise. Instead of WMDs, it's that Iran is 2 seconds away from getting this nuke.
Act like they're not a
they must be stopped.
To the Middle East and to American interests over there. That's why Donald Trump said yesterday.
Jack,
that's
you
why
think
Donald
they're a
Trump said
threat to
yesterday,
us?
if you come after, yes, I do. I do think Iran's a threat to us because they helped kill American soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan. They trained the damn terrorists.
No, I
that
asked
killed
Jack. I
people
asked
that
an
I know
American.
personally. I know people that died serving their country in Iraq and Afghanistan. I just went to Fort Bragg and went to where the 82nd.
Yeah, because you sent
This dude is always so soy.
them to die on behalf of Israel.
On a plaque. I'm not screwing around with this. Do not tell me that
sent
Iran
them to
did
die
not help
on
kill
behalf of
Americans.
Israel. Ben, I had these debates with you on the Iraq War. I had these debates with you on the Iraq War. You were 100% wrong then. You're 100% wrong now. You sent American kids to die there on behalf of Israel then, and you want to send American kids to die on behalf of Israel
Let me
now.
bring in. All right.
Jack, I disagree
Let me bring
with you
in
on
Jack,
everything
please.
else, but
Let me
as
bring
an
in
American,
Jack.
speak up here.
Let me bring in Jack. Jack, final word to you.
Well, certainly they're a threat, but in the sense that they're a threat because the United States is currently sending the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier from the Asia Pacific, from Westpac, over to the Middle East. So, by the way, this is the first time that China now has.
Does the blue guy support invading Iran, though? This dude is going to be on board with anything that Trump is on board with, and that's probably going to include some sort of... It's already going to include military action. Israel is talking about regime change. It entirely depends on what Trump backs.
China now has more aircraft carriers in the Pacific than the United States. The first time that's ever happened. Now you're going to have those 5,000 sailors on that aircraft carrier, plus the other 5,000 that are on the Carl Vinson, potentially sitting within range of everything that Iran has. This is exactly what I've been talking about. So the threat to American lives is...
Didn't we already clear out American personnel?
I think it's right there. I think it's what you're saying. It's because America is getting involved in a war that's not ours.
Can I ask a question of Jack and Cenk, just quickly? You say it's a war that isn't yours. If you were convinced, let me ask you a hypothetical, that Iran was close to getting...
You guys always do these hypotheticals.
If Iran was close to getting a nuclear weapon,
what is?
As the UN inspectors say, let me ask you a direct question.
Yeah, we did. This was 6 days ago. See, this only came out yesterday. But I don't know what he's referring to. Or, like, I guess I'd have to look up the specific things that he's talking about. U.S. evacuating personnel from the Middle East amid growing tensions with Iran. This was on June 11th, 2025. Non-essential staff from its Baghdad embassy and family members of military personnel from several bases. I mean, unless he's just complaining. Well, he said sailors and stuff like that. So he's talking about people on active duty. He's like upset that they're there.
Do you then think, if America was the only country that had the capability to degrade and destroy Iran's nuclear capacity, would it then be in American interest to intervene?
So should America go around and blow up all the nuclear sites that aren't American? Should we attack China? Should we attack Russia? Should we attack France? Should we attack the UK? All of them? Is that...
Pains me to agree with Jack Posobiec, but yes, I mean, it's better to just ignore the conclusion, like answering that question, and just be like, can we just cut to the chase? You want to use that as the pretext? If that's the pretext, then you could justify preemptively striking like 10 different countries.
Is that your contention?
So you would.
Should we attack Israel?
Okay, so it's a consistent position. You would permit. You think it's in America's interests?
No, you asked me a
to
hypothetical.
permit
You're
Iran
playing
to
this
get a
game.
nuclear.
You're trying to Kafka trap me right now.
Anna's on CNN at the moment. No way.
No, we didn't.
You're trying to Kafka trap me, and you're trying to say, well, if you agreed to this hypothetical that I asked you, then you must also. No, I'm not playing that game. I'm not playing that game right now. You're saying
Trump is also setting up Taiwan for China. Why do you get that impression? This was back in February. He had actually changed the United States position towards Taiwan. I think they eliminated something that said, like, there was a sentence in the State Department document that's on a website that said the United States does not currently support like an independent Taiwan state, and that was erased. And then China was upset.
In a hypothetical situation, should America attack someone, to your point, they do not have weaponized nuclear capability or uranium that is at the point of weaponization at 90%, which they could use for an atomic bomb. They do not have that. They have 60%. So you're saying even if they had 90%, which, by the way, doesn't sit with the DNI Gabbard's assessment and the entire assessment of the intelligence agencies that Iran is not currently developing weapons of mass destruction. They're only enriching uranium. So you're saying, oh, well, that's totally fine. You've never even asked me what I think. You're trying to play this game where you
really,
put words
I've been asking myself.
I'm not playing that game.
I'm not trying to play any game. I've been asking myself the question a lot over the last few days.
Because
Once I read the report that Iran had been dissembling,
I'm the same as Matthew. I read that report.
This is what I was thinking of. U.S. drops website wording on not supporting Taiwan independence. This was February 16, 2025. State Department website changes language on Taiwan. Taiwan foreign minister thanks U.S. for its quote-unquote support. Taiwan reports Canadian warship in Taiwan Strait. Dropping the phrase, we do not support the Taiwan independence, the page has added a reference to Taiwan's cooperation with the Pentagon Technology and Semiconductor Development Project and says the U.S. will support Taiwan's membership in international organizations where applicable. The U.S., like most countries, has no formal diplomatic ties with Taiwan, but it is its strongest international backer, bound by law to provide the island with the means to defend itself. We oppose any unilateral changes to the status quo from either side, the State Department website reads in the update posted on Thursday. We expect cross-strait differences to be resolved by peaceful means, free from coercion, in a manner acceptable to the people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait. The foreign minister welcomed the support and positive stance on U.S.-Taiwan relations demonstrated in the relevant context.
I read that report, and what was crystal clear from that report is that there have been constant lies and obfuscation from the Iranian regime in relation.
Switch to Anna, please. This is pure brainwash. I don't see it. If somebody has like a link to something, it has to be on YouTube.
To the nuclear program.
Because I have YouTube TV, but I would have to sign in, and I don't know where my password is.
Clearly, they believed that they were being lied to in their ability to report properly about what was going on. They also believed the uranium enrichment was now at a level where it was quite likely and possible that Iran could have a full nuclear bomb imminently, weeks, months, whatever that period may be. And in that circumstance, I took a view, in a way that I'd be very critical of the Israeli government for what's going on in Gaza at the moment, but I took a view that if you are Israel right now and you have Iran with the Atomic Agency saying they are getting perilously close to being able to create a nuclear bomb,
nonsense.
that is a time where you may decide that is a time to stop them. And that appears to be
I think diplomacy is possible.
I've got to leave it there. We've run out of time, guys. I'm sorry.
I was asked a question. This is the same lies that Israel fed us about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
All right.
The same hypotheticals. Oh, what if Iraq has weapons of mass destruction? Oh, here's fake intelligence telling you that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction.
This is not fake intelligence. It's
from
the Atomic Agency.
Israel lied us into a war before. And then they always do hypotheticals like, oh, what if the Palestinians say that we don't have a right to exist? No, the Israeli cabinet has voted that Palestinians don't have a right to exist.
Okay.
All their hypotheticals are what Israel actually does.
I've
what
got
if
to leave
Iran
it
has a nuke? Israel actually has a nuke.
Okay.
Israel is the most aggressive country and the most likely to use a nuclear weapon. We have to get out of Israel's control.
Okay, I've got to leave it there.
And the right uniting,
I've
saying
got to leave
yes,
it there,
serve
guys.
Americans
I've run
first.
out of time. I've run out of time, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to leave it there. I appreciate you joining me.
Not $1, not one truth.
We've gone well over time, but I appreciate you all joining me. Thank you very much. Well, joining me now is Mehdi Hassan, the editor-in-chief at Zeteo News. Mehdi, great to have you back on Uncensored. Last time you came on recently, we reached
the good shit. They save it till the end.
Agreement over what is going on.
The Mehdi section.
I concurred with your view that it was now crossing almost every line. It wasn't just my view, the view of former.
He's such a fucking weasel. He basically said it was a fucking genocide. He said it in the interview with John Spencer when he was debating John Spencer, who's moderating it.
The prime ministers of allies of Israel, and
now he's like, oh, I agreed with criticisms that Israel has gone too far.
Well, we have a separate situation here, and I'm just curious. I've seen
he's got to tee himself up to be able to defend Israeli actions or make it really, really hard for Mehdi to criticize them, I guess.
You've been saying publicly about this Israel attack on Iran. If you're Israel and you see that report from the Atomic Agency, which appears to suggest that Iran has been lying, obfuscating, covering up, not allowing proper inspections and so on, and now appears to have reached 60% enrichment of uranium, which is the next stage it can reach, where now it can be imminent, it can be within months that it could potentially get to nuclear power. Can you at least, without agreeing with it, can you understand why Israel has felt threatened by that report?
No.
So, Piers, thanks for having me back. And I'm glad you started by asking about the IAEA report, because I know you brought it up with your panel as well. And I just want your viewers at home to be clear, because you described it accurately a moment ago, what the report says. I've read the 22-page report, came out May 31st, declassified. But on Friday, I was disappointed to see you tweeting about, you said the report exposes an imminent nuclear threat from Iran, which could justify a preemptive strike. What we saw on Thursday night from Israel was not a preemptive strike. It was a preventive strike, which is illegal under international law. It's what George Bush and the neocons claimed the Iraq war was against Saddam Hussein, which you and I opposed, rightly so. And that IAEA report does not expose an imminent nuclear threat. It says what you just said it says. It says that they haven't been cooperating very well. It says their level of cooperation has been, quote, less than satisfactory. It says some of their technical answers about their program have lacked credibility. It says they've impeded some of the inspectors. It says that they were working on some kind of military program pre-2003, which is what US intelligence has also said. Those are all bad things, Piers. You and I can both agree those are bad things, and Iran should not be doing those things. And the IAEA board voted to say they're in breach of their obligations. But that's not an imminent nuclear threat. The report does not say Iran poses an imminent nuclear threat. Your tweet was wrong on Friday.
Well, not just his tweet. Like, at the beginning of this, he was doing they're like, we're like 10 seconds to midnight, practically.
Well, I think it's as I just said. When it says 60% enrichment of uranium, it's the next stage that somebody who wants to create a nuclear bomb, right? So imminent, look, what do I mean by imminent? As I said,
but it takes like far longer to create it than he's suggesting, and the start would be a weapon, and then from there, potentially a nuke.
Panel. No, but it can be weeks, months, a year, whatever. But they've reached a stage of enrichment. No, it can't, Piers. But they have the capability to take it to another stage and create a bomb.
Yes. So let's find more agreement between us. I agree. That is capability, right? They have enough highly enriched uranium to build up to 9 bombs, I believe. They have 400 kilograms of uranium.
So that is an imminent threat if it's in the wrong hands, right? We can agree on that.
No, it's not.
But why not?
No, because unfortunately, having a civil nuclear program is totally fine. Having enriched uranium is fine. The issue is if you weaponize it and have a weapons program. And Tulsi Gabbard, no friend of radical Islam, Donald Trump's director of national intelligence, said in March that the U.S. intelligence community's consensus view is that Iran is not built.
And that's coming up. I'm pretty sure this statement and the things that she said since are the reason why Trump has dissed her.
Building a nuclear weapon, does not have a nuclear weapon, does not authorize a nuclear weapons program. The IAEA, Piers, in that report, you must have seen the line in their summary, said there are no credible indications of an ongoing, undeclared, structured nuclear program. Even the IAEA says there's no nuclear weapons program. Their boss, the IAEA chief, Piers, said last week, you cannot attack nuclear facilities in Iran. So, no, it's not an imminent threat. And under international law, Piers, this is the key point. If a weapon is a year away, you cannot say we're under imminent threat. That does not give you a right to self-defense. Otherwise, everyone in the world would go around just bombing people. You and I oppose Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We agree on that, right? Putin claimed that Ukraine would one day attack Russia with NATO support. That's why I'm doing it. That was a bullshit argument. You and I rejected Putin's bullshit argument in Ukraine. You and I have rejected the Israeli bullshit argument now in Gaza. You don't believe what they're saying about Gaza. I don't know why you're believing them on this when you were rightly calling out the bullshit from the UK and the US in 2003 over Iraq. Saddam Hussein was not an imminent threat, and Iran was not an imminent threat, and Israel attacked them illegally last week while there were nuclear negotiations going on, Piers. One last point. If Israel cared about stopping a nuclear weapon, you would go back into a nuclear deal that prevents Iran from a weapon. And guess who they killed on Thursday night? Not just generals, Piers. They killed Ali Shamkhani, the lead nuclear negotiator who was supposed to be in Oman yesterday with the Americans and who went on NBC a month ago and said, we're very close to a deal. We're willing to give up highly enriched uranium.
But Trump did say, didn't he? Trump did say. But hang on.
Israel murking a moderate in a country that they don't like? No way.
On the deal,
no way, no shot.
60 days, right?
Doesn't sound like them.
Israel attacked on day 61. In other words, they gave Iran the chance to negotiate. Well, that is what Trump said.
Well, Trump's a liar. Why were they meeting in Oman on Sunday then? Well, if there were only 60 days, why were the Americans supposed to be meeting yesterday?
Okay, this is the other thing. That 60-day timeline or whatever. So I had it wrong. I had not heard about the 60-day timeline until after the Israeli strikes against Iran. But apparently he had sent a letter. Hold on, I was messaging this to somebody earlier today. Outlining this. But even if you give like a charitable read of like when it would have been, like this was on March 7th, Trump announced that he had written a letter to Ali Khamenei expressing his desire to initiate new nuclear negotiations with Iran. He warned that failure to accept the proposal could expose Iran to serious military consequences. He also imposed additional sanctions on the country and pledged to reduce Iran's oil exports to zero. According to Emirati political scientist, I'm not going to say that, I can't say it, Abdullah, the letter included demands that Iran fully dismantle its nuclear program, halt all enrichment, and end support for regional proxy groups, with compliance required within 2 months. Okay? Unless more information comes out that the compliance started later than the date that this was issued and written to Iran, there's no reason to think that. In exchange, the U.S. offered to lift sanctions and normalize relations while warning that failure to negotiate would result in military strikes. Initially, Khamenei did not acknowledge the letter, indicating that Iran would not meet the new expectations. During March 2025, Iran and the U.S. engaged in indirect exchanges over Trump's letter, with both sides issuing threats, and there's like 6 citations for this. Khamenei reportedly changed his mind about the negotiations after his advisors warned that the threat of war with the United States and the deepening economic crisis could bring down the regime. By the end of March, the Iranian leadership sent a reply to the letter expressing readiness for nuclear negotiations. So, if anybody has a calendar or can tell time, if you do March 7th plus 2 months, that's May. We're in June already. So this idea that, the date, the 60-day timeline, which again, I guess you're not supposed to assume it actually began on March 7th. That actually started later, and it just so happened to coincide with the Israeli strikes, and Trump knew about this all along. It's bullshit. We're going to get to the New York Times expose talking about the actual timeline for this and what led to Trump's, post hoc explanation of this. But yeah, I didn't think that there was actually this like 60-day time window. But obviously, if they had begun negotiations, and I think at this point they were in like their 6th round, right, of diplomatic talks, this timeline has been extinguished and abandoned.
All I'm saying is, it is a fact, the sequence of events.
So hang on. It's not a fact, though, is it? It's not a fact. Were they meeting in Oman on Sunday, then?
Well,
yeah, this is the thing. This whole, this is part of the 10D chess strategy to throw Iran off. Why were you actually going to send U.S. envoys to go engage in diplomatic talks in the region? If that was all just for show.
Only 60 days. Why were the Americans supposed to be meeting yesterday?
All I'm saying is, it is a fact, the sequence of events.
Hang on. It's not a fact, though, is it? It's not a fact.
It is a fact that Trump said 60 days.
Were they not?
It is a fact he said 60 days.
But that's a lie, because but that wasn't a 60 days, otherwise we bomb you. That was Netanyahu. By the way, let's be clear.
I agree.
Netanyahu wants this war more than Trump.
I agree. I'm just saying that Netanyahu did wait. He did wait till day 61 of Trump's 60 days to get a deal done.
No, because why was there a nuclear negotiation scheduled on Sunday between the Americans and the Iranians, which is now not happening? Who benefits from that? Netanyahu. The hawks who want a war. They don't want a deal. Otherwise, you wouldn't kill
unless you think that Trump tacitly wants this to happen, which he might well do.
Maybe.
Wait, passively wants it? Did he say passively or passionately?
You think that Trump tacitly wants this to happen, which he might well do.
He said passively or tacitly?
Maybe. I mean, I don't try and mind read Trump. You can. You know him better than me. The man's a liar. He's erratic. He's unhinged. Who knows? I mean, he claims to be anti-war. Remember all that bullshit? I came on your show last...
Tulsi is one of the few competent people in his admin. One, I disagree with that. It's basically pointless that she's competent because she's a grifter. She's a liar. She believes weird things. And the other thing is that, like, after mishandling of the Signal group chat and all of that, there's no reason for anybody to trust her. But that only lends more credence to her statements with respect to Iran because you can't actually argue that the Trump administration is any fan of the Iranian regime or whatever. So any statements that she makes saying that, yeah, there's no evidence that there's a nuclear program, there's literally no reason to think that she's lying about that. They actually have an incentive to exaggerate in the opposite direction.
Piers, how many times did I hear people telling me bullshit about Trump being anti-war? He went to Michigan and said, I won't get involved in a war in the Middle East. And here we are now, several hundred people dead in Israel and Iran, completely preventable conflict, done with Trump's blessing. And as I say, if you're worried about highly enriched uranium, blame Trump, right? He tore up the nuclear deal in 2018, Piers. In 2018, Iran was enriching uranium at what percentage? 3.67%. And the IAEA said, yep, we verify it. We have no complaints. We verify that Iran is in accordance with this deal. And Trump tore it up. And today, 60% highly enriched uranium, 400 kilograms. That's on Donald Trump. We had the JCPOA.
But aren't you just there? aren't you just, if you don't mind me saying, aren't you just explaining very articulately why Israel has got so twitchy about this? It's gone from 3% to 60%, as you said. That's not a small...
No, because again, it doesn't follow from any of these facts that they have to strike. It doesn't... It makes no sense if you don't actually want them to have a nuke, that you would escalate in this region instead of allowing the diplomatic talks to continue and try to get them back into a deal and strong-arm them into even more restrictive deal. But it was looking like that wasn't going to happen, because Trump and Witkoff are saying that it's a red line that they'd be able to enrich any uranium, but there was leaked information to, like, sources to Axios reporting that that was going to be on the table. Hold on. Axios, yeah. Maybe this is probably what they're mad about. This was June 2nd. And this dude, again, this Barak Ravid dude, he is an IDF reservist, and he also used to work for an Israeli spy organization. So I'm no fan of his reporting, but yeah, the Scoop U.S. nuclear offer allows Iran to enrich uranium. The nuclear deal proposal the U.S. gave Iran on Saturday would allow limited low-level uranium enrichment on Iranian soil for a to-be-determined period of time. Axios has learned contradicting public statements from top officials. Why it matters. White House envoy Steve Witkoff and Secretary of State Marco Rubio have said publicly that the U.S. will not allow Iran to enrich uranium and will demand the full dismantlement of Iran's nuclear facilities. The secret proposal shows far more flexibility on both points.
That, right? But hold on,
you can
that's
blame
a
who you
self-fulfilling
like.
prophecy.
You can blame who you like, but the way you described that sounded to me like you were presenting a fast-moving, imminent threat.
No. Okay, it's a good question. Let me answer it. No, what I was presenting was that there was a deal that worked. Trump and the Israelis tore up the deal that worked. Now Iran is definitely, you and I have already agreed, that they have potential to be closer to a bomb today than they were in 2018. So the solution is not then to go to war and increase the chances of Iran rushing for a bomb. The solution is to go back into a deal, to negotiate an agreement. Piers, just for your viewers, there are only two ways. Every military expert agrees, every US general agrees. There's only two ways to stop Iran from having a nuclear bomb. Number one is to invade and occupy the country and destroy every facility yourself. Number two is to have an agreement in which Iran agrees to stop enriching uranium at 60% or 90%, right? Those are the two options. I don't
agree with that.
If
I don't agree.
Okay, Piers, what's your idea then?
The third option is doing exactly what Israel's doing now, which is using air power, controlling the skies over Tehran, and using intelligence gathered by Mossad, apparently, reportedly, and using specific intelligence to target specific commanders, scientists, and nuclear sites.
Laugh at his face, Maddie. Just go for it.
Third option.
Well, that's not a third option because it doesn't stop.
You can enrich uranium for civilian purposes. Yes, there's domestic reasons to enrich uranium. This whole, like, the idea that we were ever going to get them to agree to zero, no.
All it does is delay it. And in
but
fact,
have you spoken to any military people?
Like, it was already crazy to extract the terms and concessions that we got for the JCPOA.
Be honest, Betty. Have you spoken to any military? I've got two former British Army colonels in my family. I ran this past them earlier. Both of them thought this was justified. Right? Who are the military commanders you've talked to who do not think this is justified?
So I like this. This is so stupid. You could say that you could make the same case for like anti-vax or something like that. I know two doctors, and they think that hydroxychloroquine was actually something that could cure COVID or whatever.
Admiral Mike McMullen, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff under George W. Bush, said there's no way you can get rid of Iranian nuclear program without boots on the ground. And by the way, you know who said on Friday? Israel's own national security advisor said on Friday, there is no kinetic solution to this. Air power cannot do this, right? Because some of their facilities are underground. Because scientists who killed can be replaced, right? You cannot end Iran's nuclear program via bombing. And by the way, Israel tried this before in 1981. They always hold it up as some great example. They bombed Saddam's nuclear facility in Osirak. Everyone who studied that since, nuclear scientists, weapons experts, say that actually that didn't delay Saddam's bomb. It accelerated Saddam's interest in nuclear weapons. He actually launched a covert nuclear program at another site over the next 9 years till obviously the Iraq invasion of Kuwait, right? So put yourself, Piers, you asked me a question at the beginning. It was a great question. Put yourself in Israel's shoes. We should always have empathy for whoever it is, enemies, allies. Let me ask the question back to you. Put yourself in the shoes of an Iranian official sitting in Tehran.
Put yourself in the shoes of a lunatic.
Today, who looks at a map of the
lunatics say like Israel
with nukes, Russia with nukes, Pakistan with nukes, India with nukes, nuclear-armed America next door in Iraq. Wouldn't you want nuclear weapons? I'm against nukes.
Yeah, but if you're the regime, but Mehdi,
if you look at,
Mehdi, you wouldn't dispute.
Would you not think it's rational to have nukes?
My response would be this: you wouldn't dispute that Iran's tentacles have been fueling for a long period of time Hamas, the Houthis.
I just know that if Mehdi Hassan tried to talk about like Israel's tentacles, he would immediately be accused of anti-Semitism. But using the same tropes, but towards like majority Muslim countries or whatever, you totally get a pass.
Hezbollah, and I presume you wouldn't also dispute that the tactical attack on Hezbollah through the pages, 3,000 of them targeted in a very precise way.
He was drooling all over that attack earlier in this to the Israeli diplomat that he was talking to.
That has led to Hezbollah basically throwing the towel in and saying we're not.
To be fair, we're to blame for it being a lunatic state. Same with Israel, sadly. No, I know. I don't disagree with that.
Not going to get engaged in this.
You think I'm only going to call one state a lunatic state? Come on.
A war with Iran, which is a very significant moment in this whole war, I would argue.
If your question is, has Israel degraded Iran's supports abroad, its proxies, 100%. That's irrelevant to the rightness or wrongness of this. I'm asking you to put yourself in the position
but all those proxies want to kill Israelis, government. Right? So that's why I think that Israel has a right.
Let's not get... Well, as you've agreed, Israel's doing much of the killing right now.
Wow, verbal threats, you say? Damn, guess you got to bomb the whole country.
But let me just ask you this. Again...
I don't even think that these people believe that when they say it. I believe someone as brain dead as Adam Sosnick when he says it. Piers Morgan, I have such a low opinion of him, but I think he's smart enough to realize that it's such a stupid argument. And he's just hoping that, nobody calls him out on it.
Gave up nukes, got invaded. Saddam Hussein gave up nukes, got invaded and executed. Gaddafi gave up chemical weapons, got invaded, raped and killed. Again, if you're the Iranians...
why do you think Israel has, a secret nuclear arsenal?
Here just thinking, this means we need nukes.
Stave off aggression.
Not give them an incentive to go get nuclear weapons. I'm anti-nuclear weapons for anyone. So I don't want Iran to have nukes. But the best way for Iran not to have nukes is not to attack them. That makes countries want to have nukes more. It's just rational to go, oh, the countries who have nukes like North Korea, they don't get invaded. So why give them an incentive to get more nukes? Why not actually have a weapons of mass destruction free region? You know which country does have nukes in the Middle East? Israel, in violation of UN Security Council resolutions. You know which country doesn't allow IAEA inspectors into the country? Israel. You know which country hasn't signed the NPT, unlike Iran? Israel. We should talk about Israel's nuclear weapons.
The NPT is the non-proliferation treaty, I think.
Actually incentivize others in the regions, not just Israel, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, to think about nuclear weapons of their own. I'd rather not have more nukes in the Middle East with anyone.
Mehdi Hassam, great to have you back on Uncensored. Thank you very much. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow.
Someone raid? Queeman, thank you for the raid. Okay, let's do... What are we doing next? But either way, if you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and subscribe to me or like the stream if you haven't already. And if you're watching on Twitch, you can subscribe to me there and actually get access to emotes and an ad-free experience. And if you're watching on either platform, you can follow the donation links pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description. I'm at Straight8 or Straight8_ on absolutely everything if you want to follow me. On Instagram, Twitter, or yes, I should say X now. What are we doing next? Let's do... Oh, I wanted to see this before we get into Candace Owens. This mayoral candidate was arrested by ICE earlier today. This guy is I made a lot of... I took a lot of digs at him while I was watching the debates because he's constantly dork maxing. I don't know how else to describe it. But he's a good enough guy, and there's a reason why he's AOC's third endorsement.
You don't have it. I'm not obstructing. I'm standing right here in the hallway. I asked to see the judicial...
It says chaotic scene erupts when NYC mayoral candidate Brad Lander gets arrested by ICE agents. This was earlier today. And a chaotic scene outside of a federal immigration court, his mayoral campaign confirmed. Video showed Lander repeatedly demanding to see a judicial warrant for a man being hauled away by immigration agents, all while he kept his hand clutched on the detainee's shoulders.
By asking for a judicial warrant? You don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens asking for a judicial warrant.
Cross we go too. Sorry. Get away. I'm safe.
Mamdani and Lander endorsed each other. It might have been jokingly, and Ovs, I back Mamdani, but Lander isn't the worst choice. No, I actually think my second choice would probably be Michael Blake, but he has very, very low polling, so it would probably be that's my in my heart that would be my second choice, but I would probably do Zoran and then Lander and then Blake.
Where are you taking him? Hello. Hi, I'm the Comptroller's press secretary. Where are you taking the Comptroller of the City of New York?
And with what authority?
Why are you arresting the city controller and where are you taking him? No!
Security details. Number one is going to go with him, all right?
Wonder how much Gavin Newsom seethes whenever he sees these other Democrats get yet another, because Padilla, that Democratic congressional representative, I think, also got arrested. I know he just wants it so badly because he knows it would be a really good PR thing for him.
Hang on, please, number one. Hold on.
He could get arrested in 2025 and we would still be talking about it in 2028.
Number one. This is number one right here, all right? Thank you.
Guys, back up, guys. Back up. I understand. You're pregnant, but I need you to back up. If you're interfering with this arrest, we're going to have to arrest. Back up, guys. Back up, guys.
This is not legal to take someone without a judicial warrant.
Please don't put him in the elevator and then claim you have the warrant.
You don't have a warrant for him.
I will let go when you show me the judicial warrant. Where is it?
So show it. Let us see it. So let us see it before you take his warrant.
Please stay back. Take it back. Step back. Please step back. Step back, guys. Step back. You don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens. Please stay back. You don't have to. I'm not obstructing. I'm standing right here in the hallway. I have to see the judicial warrant. Please step back, bro. Step back, guys. You can take pictures, but please stay back.
So super normal in free country, arresting a mayoral candidate for asking for a warrant for an arrest.
Where are you taking him? Hello?
Since you have no authority to arrest U.S. citizens.
Where are you taking the controller?
And with what authority?
Why are you arresting the city controller and where are you taking him? No!
Number one's gonna go with him, all right? Hang on, please, number one. Hold on. Brett, this is number one right here, all right? Thank you.
Then he was released. Quiet. Okay. Here's an article on it. Brad Lander is arrested by ICE agents at Immigration Courthouse. The New York City Comptroller and candidate for mayor was handcuffed as he tried to steer a man past immigration and customs enforcement officers. Arrested Tuesday by federal agents. He was observing procedures at the city's main immigration courthouse at 26 Federal Plaza, where an increasing number of migrants who appear for court have been arrested in recent weeks by ICE. A spokeswoman for the Department of Homeland Security later said that Mr. Lander had assaulted and impeded a law enforcement officer. We just saw that. Obviously, there wasn't a fucking assault. The only thing that he was doing is keeping his hand on the guy's shoulder until they produced the warrant, which they never did. Though as of Tuesday afternoon, Mr. Lander has not been formally charged, but I wouldn't be surprised if they gin up charges anyway against him. Videos taken by reporters at the courthouse show Mr. Lander standing by a migrant man in a hallway on the 12th floor of where several men in plainclothes who appear to be law enforcement officers, some wearing masks, push past a crowd in the hallway to arrest the migrant. Mr. Lander repeatedly asks the agent whether they have a judicial warrant, refusing to let go of the migrant as the agents seek to shepherd the man towards the elevators, according to one of the videos, which was posted on social media by a reporter from the city, a digital news outlet. I will let go when you show me the judicial warrant. He says, you don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens. I'm not obstructing. I'm standing. So Mr. Lander was held at 26 Federal Plaza for several hours before being released on Tuesday afternoon as Governor Kathy Hochul and other Democrats showed up at the federal offices demanding his release. At a news conference, Mr. Lander rejected claims. Thank you for subscribing, Kiko D. Mr. Lander rejected claims that his arrest had been a premeditated publicity stunt and denied that he had assaulted anyone, saying, "Seriously? I did not come today expecting to be arrested," Mr. Lander said, "but I really think I failed today because my goal was really to get Edgardo out of the building," he added, regarding to the migrant ICE had detained. In a statement, Tricia McLaughlin, a spokeswoman for the Homeland Security Department, the parent agency of ICE, said that Mr. Lander was, quote, arrested for assaulting law enforcement and impeding a federal officer. Our heroic ICE law enforcement officers face a 413% increase in assaults against them. The poor small beans. That they're just peacefully trying to wear their masks and apprehend people without, warrants or whatever. And these disgusting Democrats obstructing justice and assaulting people. Our beautiful ICE agents. It's just wrong. It's wrong that politicians seeking higher office undermine law enforcement safety to get a viral moment. No one is above the law, and if you lay a hand on a law enforcement officer, you will face consequences. Just trying to execute the boot, yeah. Spokesman for the Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office said in a statement that the office was investigating Mr. Lander's actions, but said nothing about criminal charges. The spokesman, Nicholas Bias, noted that federal law prohibited assaults on law enforcement, other public officials, and obstruction of official proceedings. Mr. Lander's arrest was the latest in a series of arrests of Democratic elected officials by federal agents as Democrats scrambled to push back against President Trump's deportation campaign. It came 5 days after Senator Alex Padilla, Democrat of California, was shoved out of a room and handcuffed by federal officers after he tried to question Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, during a news conference, who apparently has had some sort of allergic reaction and is in the hospital. I didn't look into it. Kyle Kulinski said it was due to her filler. That's not me saying it. I'm just reporting what Kyle Kulinski said. Of course, I would never repeat that unless I had, thought that there was a good chance. Maybe that's why she was in the hospital. Last month, federal agents arrested Raz J. Baraka, the mayor of Newark, and later charged Representative LaMonica McIver, both Democrats, in connection with a volatile clash outside of an immigration detention center in the city. These are just stunning PR moves from the Trump campaign, from DHS, from ICE, the whole lot. It's just really, really great. Like, it's such a great idea to arrest all of these Democrats and all these lawmakers for sticking up for random citizens. And in April, FBI agents arrested a Milwaukee judge on charges that she shielded an undocumented immigrant from federal agents. This is Judge Dugan, based hero. We love it. Love to see it. Mr. Lander's arrest came a week before the Democratic Party. The Democratic primary for mayor. The comptroller is running in a crowded field and has been racing to make inroads against former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo, the frontrunner who has led nearly all polls. Zoran Mamdani, a state assemblyman who is polling in second place, and Mr. Lander have cross-endorsed each other. Hey, someone said this was a joke, but I mean, it's getting reported in the Times and other outlets because it's not the first outlet that I've seen that put this. Maybe it wasn't a joke. Maybe they actually just did that. Both Mr. Cuomo and Mr. Mamdani, as well as other New York Democrats, condemned the arrest, while the state Republican Party cast it as performative nonsense. This is vague enough that you could read that could equally apply to what ICE is doing by trying to arrest some random person that they don't even have a warrant for. But of course, I'm sure that's like lost on them. Performative nonsense from Matt Brandt. Oh, okay. Okay, so this specific, but the way that this is framed, you just never know. New York Democrats are not serious people. What a clown show. In a post on X, Mr. Cuomo called the arrest the latest example of the extreme thuggery of Trump's ICE out of control. Mr. Mamdani was one of a handful of Democratic lawmakers to show up at 26 Federal Plaza after the altercation as hundreds of people gathered near the building to protest Mr. Lander's arrest. In this exact moment, New Yorkers are looking to leaders to meet this moment, to showcase the courage that is necessary, Mr. Mamdani said outside the building. What Brad did was engage in that very moment of courage. He showed us what leadership can look like. Ms. Hochul, a Democrat, was more blunt. It's bullshit, she told reporters earlier in the day. She added at a news conference after Mr. Lander's release that it was her understanding that the charges had been dropped. I don't think he was ever charged, right? Not formally. But again, they still could do it and still could pull him into custody. Mayor Eric Adams, whom Lander is running to replace, did not answer questions about the incident as reporters shouted questions about it on his way out from his weekly news briefing. Listen, Eric Adams has a lot going on, okay? You want to ask him things like questions related to the Democratic mayoral race? He's still fighting off questions about Sneeko. Give him a break. The mayor's former chief of staff, Frank Carone, posted a photo of Mr. Lander's arrest and suggested it was a political stunt. Nice. You love to see it. That's so cool. This is so weird. Chief of staff to New York City mayor. This is like supposedly a Democrat. How were the cigars? The cigars were organic. So much of that stream just ended up being what was clearly like product placement or an ad for those fucking cigarettes. And then somebody complained that somebody in my chat was complaining that they lit them up with like a lighter. Apparently that makes the cigar taste gross. Today should not be about Brad Lander. Kayla Altus, a spokeswoman for the mayor, later said in a statement, adding that it was about making sure undocumented people in New York City did not hide in the shadows. Don't know what that means. That's equally ominous and weird. Mr. Lander, who's part of the party's left flank, has spent a good portion of his campaign arguing that he is the candidate best positioned to stand up to Mr. Trump's attempts to cut funding and deport immigrants from New York City. He has spoken repeatedly about protecting the city's sanctuary laws, which limit cooperation between city agencies and the federal government on immigration enforcement. This is reminding me how yesterday they were talking about this on Her Take, and they give the impression, I don't honestly think Republicans really understand what a sanctuary city is, because the key word here is limit cooperation. There is still, that implies that there is still cooperation between ICE or whatever. It's just not to the extent that ICE wants it to be. He's called for an increase in city funding to provide legal representation to immigrants facing deportations who do not have lawyers. Tuesday was the third time that Mr. Lander had appeared at the city's immigration courts, where ICE agents, typically wearing masks, have become a regular presence as the agency ramps up arrests of migrants showing up for routine court hearings. Prosecutors with the Department of Homeland Security have surprised a number of migrants by dismissing their cases when they appear in court, a legal tactic that opens the door for ICE agents to arrest them in the hallways once they leave and place them in expedited deportation proceedings without hearings. Several Democratic politicians, including members of Congress, have shown up at immigration courthouses in recent weeks to protest the Trump administration's new tactics. During his previous appearances, Mr. Lander sat quietly during hearings and then escorted a few families that seemed at risk of arrest out of the courthouse and to a nearby subway station. His arrest on Tuesday marked his first altercation with federal agents patrolling the courthouse hallways, lobbies, and elevators. His campaign appeared to move quickly to publicize his arrest, with his wife, Meg Barnett, posting a video of the episode from Mr. Lander's official campaign on social media. Never let a crisis go to waste, right? I mean, fuck it. Anybody who has half a brain that's running for office would obviously capitalize on this. And I mean, it's good. It gets people aware of the shit that Trump's up to with this mass deportation program. Ms. Barnett, who was at the courthouse during the arrest, said at a news conference that on Tuesday, the couple had witnessed how judges dismissed cases against migrants, most without lawyers, who did not know that the dismissal of their cases would probably lead to their arrest. She called the practice absolutely unacceptable. I feel really rattled and scared, and my husband is a candidate for mayor, is an elected citywide official, is a U.S. citizen, has a U.S. passport, and I know in all likelihood he's going to be okay, she said. All the other folks in that building are risking having their families torn apart with inadequate explanation. It's an abomination. Mr. Lander underscored that sentiment upon his release, saying that unlike the migrant he had met, he had a lawyer who would defend his right were he to be charged. He's in an ICE detention. He's not going to sleep in his bed tonight, Mr. Lander said. So, just a quick little depressing update on the state of things. How the mass deportation program's going. But I guess steering it back to... Oh, wait, no. There was one more thing. Okay, so there was a New York Times article where Trump was talking about... He was signaling that he doesn't want the mass deportation program to extend to farmers and... hospitality workers, because he's alienating industries he wants to keep in his corner. One, I always knew that this was just going to be rhetoric. I didn't get too excited. It does. The other thing is that even if this were true, like, oh, look, he's maybe going to be moderating his position a little bit on this. How you moderate a mass deportation program is just, you're like bringing it back from like the brink. So it feels like an oxymoron to say he's moderating, but if he is signaling that it wouldn't be as intense, or he has to back down in certain sectors because of public pressure, I mean, that would be good in the short term, but it's not good to me, because why are you trying to pander to people whose votes you've already gotten? He doesn't care about his, I mean, he like, obviously he has an ego, so he cares about his approval rating, but not insofar that he will actually change like course on anything. Never been the way that he is. That wasn't how he acted in the first Trump administration. So when he says stuff like, our great farmers and people in the hotel and leisure business have been stating that our aggressive policy on immigration is taking the very good longtime workers away from them. By very good longtime workers, he means the exploited immigrant class that are employed for the people that voted for him or funded his campaign. But he's already shown with Elon Musk that he's willing to drop people after they've already provided their usefulness to him. Elon Musk gave him a bunch of money, did a bunch of PR for him. Nonetheless, he drops them, they break up. But yet he's making these overtures to try to appeal, like, to farmers and people within the hospitality industry. And this is weird to me. This is why I think, like, okay, I think he really is going to be gearing up for this third term run, because why would he be trying to do this? Our farmers are being hurt badly by, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, great. And we're going to have to do something about that. We can't take farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have. Maybe not. This man is 79. He later said that there would be an order soon on the matter. Okay, so he says this, right? He says this shit June 12th. This came out yesterday. No, go away.
Immigration policy that just saw another change.
Trump orders ICE to target immigration raids in Democratic-led sanctuary cities. So while Trump has called for ICE to pause immigration raids at specific employers like agriculture, industries, and hotels, he's doubling down on focusing raids in Democratic-led sanctuary cities. It's like, oh, okay. So all you're doing is closing one door to open another. It's not actually going to be a net decrease. He's just changing the way that it's done.
It looks like ICE might be pausing.
But he wants to hit the same numbers.
Agriculture and hotel industries, but Trump is doubling down on crackdowns in sanctuary cities and blue states. Take a listen to what the president said earlier today.
I want them to focus on the cities because the cities are where you really have what's called sanctuary cities, and that's where the people are. Biden allowed 21 million people to come into our country. Of that, vast numbers of those people were murderers, killers, people from gangs, people from jails.
Y'all remember when Biden did that? 21 million people, and the vast majority of them murderers, rapists, killers, drug dealers, cartel members.
Emptied their jails out into the U.S. Most of those people are in the cities, all blue cities, all Democrat-run cities.
For more, here's NBC senior Homeland Security
The
correspondent.
talking point will just not die. Yes, any city is going to have an increased amount of population. That means there's going to be more crime. And most cities are blue. There's barely any cities that are red.
Ainsley.
We obtained a memo here at NBC News that shows that an email that went out to senior ICE officials all over the country told them not to make arrests anymore at certain workplace locations. That includes anywhere in the agriculture industry, like fisheries and meatpacking plants, as well as the hospitality industry, so restaurants, hotels. The key thing is, according to two people familiar with these plans, it's not the who, but the where that's being prohibited. They don't want to make workplace arrests, but they are okay arresting employees of those industries in their communities, at their homes, dropping off their kids at school. That's the thing that's changed. And this follows a post from Trump on Truth Social on Thursday that said that he had heard from leaders of the agriculture and hospitality industries that they were losing some of their employees, and he said something needed to change. Now,
and Home Depot complains as well. And Home Depot, the CEO of Home Depot was an outspoken Trump supporter and donated to his campaign. But obviously, when it ends up on their doorstep, they don't really like to see the fact that the informal relationship that they had forged between migrant workers and their customer base being disrupted by ICE. Leopard, I didn't think the leopards would eat my face, all-time classic.
At first, when we saw that post, a lot of people responded and said, oh, this is Trump reacting. He's pulling back from his mass deportation plan.
This was stupid to think that he really was going to do that. It was just a rhetorical thing. Then the order that came next is, again, we'll just increase it in Democrat-run areas.
Really, because many thought because of protests that we saw sparking across the country. But what we're now being told from the DHS spokeswoman and others is not so fast, that in fact, Trump is sympathetic to the employers here, doesn't want the optics of a workplace raid, but they are not pulling back from the 3,000 a day quota set by Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller. He told ICE officials in mid-May that if they didn't start arresting 3,000 immigrants a day, which has never been done, they would start firing the bottom 10% performing leaders of those field offices. And so there's a lot of pressure on ICE. We're told right now they're making over 2,000 arrests a day. That is a record, but it's nowhere near that 3,000. And in the memo we obtained, it says that they recognize that not being able to make these workplace arrests, where sometimes they can arrest over 100 people, will hurt them when they try to meet those targets. They acknowledge that, but basically say they're going to do a survey of the workforce, but there's really not a lot they can do about that at this time. So what we're watching is a pivot, but not really a 180 on Trump's immigration policies so far. We're also paying attention to those.
How is this a pivot? He's doubling down on the thing that everybody knew he was already going to do and was already doing.
Protest in Los Angeles, and we're looking at what.
If
Trump
anything, it's like ramping up. It's like he makes this one statement or whatever. He makes this one fucking statement. They think that can constitute anything that takes place after this statement can constitute a pivot. It doesn't.
about what could come next in other cities. He's really been pinning sanctuary cities, mainly led by Democratic mayors across the country, as places where he wants to ramp up arrests next. And just as we reported last week, he's looking at sending ICE SWAT teams into cities ranging from Seattle, Chicago, Washington, D.C., and the metropolitan area around D.C., Philadelphia, and New York. So he's not looking at L.A. and pivoting in a different direction. He's actually looking at L.A. and using that as a carbon copy of what is to come as he faces off between ICE agents and the sanctuary policies of Democratic mayors across the country.
Okay. So, very cool. Very cool. Let's see. Wait, now Trump dissing Tulsi. I hadn't seen this either.
US military back in my home.
Pressed on Gabbard's Iran assessment, Trump says, I don't care what she said. Remember the last time a Republican president disregarded intelligence to insist a Middle Eastern foe had weapons of mass destruction? Gee, that sounds familiar. This is published today. Donald Trump prepared to leave the G7 summit in Canada ahead of schedule. The president took a moment to publish an item to his social media platform, which read in part, simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Is the link to it? Everyone should immediately evacuate to Iran. Yeah, Pisco and I looked at this last night. He then said it over and over again. Less than an hour later, he published a follow-up. Somebody please explain to Cookie Tucker Carlson that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. In case that was too subtle, 6 minutes later, Trump again wrote, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. America first means many great things, including the fact that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Make America great again. This was yesterday night. Soon after, while talking to reporters on Air Force One, the president said, once again, Iran cannot have a nuclear program. It's very simple. But as the Associated Press reported, that's not all he said. He also dismissed congressional testimony from National Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard, who told lawmakers in March that U.S. spy agencies did not believe Iran was building a nuclear weapon. I don't care what she said, Trump said. I think they were very close to having it. Let me see if I can find this clip. If I put Trump Tulsi in X, the everything app, search, will it come up? Yeah, here.
Quite in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having it.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Source, trust me, bro. Source, trust me, bro. Source, I made it the fuck up. Source, it was revealed to me in a dream. Source, I feel like this is true. You can confront these. They're like, oh my God, if I just opened it, it would have been there. Kill me. The people that, they just want it to be true. It's like a prophecy. There are a handful of elements to this that are worth keeping in mind. Right off the bat, Trump's own director of national intelligence really did tell the House Intelligence Committee in March that the U.S. Intelligence Committee, quote, continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khomeini has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. What's more, if Trump prefers to ignore that intelligence and believes that Iran is very close to having nuclear weapons, again, let's underscore belief here because that's all this is. This is literally faith. He might want to grapple with the fact that he abandoned a successful and effective international nuclear agreement with Iran during his first term. This is him ripping up the JCPOA or Iran nuclear deal in 2019, which necessarily made Iran vastly more dangerous. What does this link to? Why Trump's talk about a deal with Iran makes so little sense. The GOP candidate expects people to believe he was close to reaching a nuclear deal with Iran. It's a fantasy intended to obscure his costly failure. This is October 8th, 2024. The same guy talked about this.
Our nuclear is the best in the world, and Russia's right behind us. But you know what? I'll tell you, you never want to use it. If you have to use it, it's obliteration. It's a dangerous thing. And Iran is very close to getting it. They would have never had it with me. I would have had a deal a long time ago because they were bust. They were totally bust. They were ready to make a deal. They would have made a deal. And these guys didn't do anything. I mean, we did. When you think. So
in 2024, let Let's see. Colin Cowell, the then Undersecretary of Defense, explained to the House Armed Services Committee that Iran's nuclear progress since Trump abandoned the International Nuclear Agreement had been remarkable. Around the same time, the Pentagon told Congress that Iran could make enough fizzle for one nuclear bomb in about 12 days, a number that is now smaller. It's always again, they're always just hours away from getting it, as opposed to the year it would have taken effect while the 2015 Iran nuclear deal was still in effect. As for Gabbard, under normal circumstances, when a president publicly declares he doesn't care what his own director of national intelligence says, that's generally a sign it's time to write a resignation letter. No, these people are also dead unders. They're not going anywhere. They were rats jumping onto a sinking ship to begin with. You think that they're about to turn in their resignation? Why? They're only going to double down. She's just going to fall in line. They don't want to lose their positions. So because of this, this wasn't the only diss that he made at Tucker Carlson. This is going to lead into the Candace Owens thing I was looking at. This was yesterday.
They've been talking about this deal for 6 years, right? 6 years. And he's done what they haven't been able to do. So he's done really a very good job. I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let him go get a television network and say it so that people listen. Thank you. Thank you. They've been talking about this deal for 6 years, right? 6 years. And he's done.
So this is with Keir Starmer. But let's see this. So she was talking to somebody yesterday. Just in time for World War III. This was published yesterday. Fucking 1.2 million people watched this shit.
All right, you guys, I'm back. Don't even front. You missed me. You missed me. I missed you. It was a long time for us, even though I kept popping back because I had to, because there's so much news happening. And I just want to say at the top of this, I'm sorry, Brigitte Macron. I really feel like I would have been.
She's one of these people that thinks Macron's wife is like a fucking man.
So much.
Which is stupid because you don't need to make up lies about her. You can just point to the fact that she was literally Macron's teacher before they got together and that she is probably a child predator because of that.
In my delivery, had I not been pregnant, about your penis. And it was just, things got out of hand. And I hope that, when I.
Okay. We're less than 30 seconds in, off to a bold start here. I've never reacted to her content before.
That I'm a little bit warmer and kinder because I'm no longer too pregnant for this. Anyways, you guys, so much happening. Apparently, I'm back in time for World War III. And I hate to say that we told you so. By we, I mean to me and Ian Carroll, who is joining me to discuss everything. So welcome back to Candace.
Who's Ian Carroll? I have no idea who this guy is. Ian Carroll show, probably some huge channel I've never heard of. Follow the money, seek the truth. I'm sure this guy is super intelligent. I just want to get to the part though where they start talking about propaganda and war with Iran.
Anyways, I wanted to point that out. And there's so much that we have to discuss with this very planned war and the propaganda that is coming up right now. But there is no question that the American sentiment on this war is no. I actually think the propaganda, because they did it for so long and they took out so many people, you went after Miss Rachel, it backfired, and now people have Israel fatigue. And by the way, for the international viewers of the show who don't know who Miss Rachel is, Skylar, we have a clip of her, right? This is and I'll show you why she's considered an anti-Semite and they want her investigated by the DOJ. Take a listen to Miss Rachel and her terrible, terrible form of anti-Semitism.
This is Miss Rachel, hanging out with her new friend, Rahaf. Miss Rachel is like YouTube's Mr.
Okay, so Miss Rachel we love. Candace Owens is an unironic anti-Semite, and the only reason why she cares about this is because of that. So, just keep that in mind.
Rogers, with millions of subscribers and billions of views.
Can you nod yes?
And Rahaf is a 3-year-old double amputee from Gaza. She lost her legs when her home was bombed, and months later was medically evacuated to the U.S. Miss Rachel saw a video of the little girl, now living with her mom and a host family in Missouri, watching her show.
She's just so precious. Hopping like a bunny, and she was kind of hopping on the couch.
And arranged to have Rahaf come visit her in New York.
Yeah.
That's pretty hateful, honestly. Yeah, we should probably deport her.
That's what's coming. They want a DOJ to investigate her.
Yeah.
You guessed it. Why? Because they think she's being funded by Qatar. No one could have a feeling about anything that is against the state or doesn't make Israel look good. Her not having legs, this poor child not having legs, doesn't make them look good. So what better way to deal with that than to say cancel Miss Rachel?
I mean,
so
probably investigate the child too. Honestly, has anyone investigated that child to see if the child is funded by Qatar? Because That's some propaganda.
And it wasn't even that they were looking to investigate her to see if she had ties to Qatar. Stop Anti-Semitism, that doxing group, and that's really just Stop Anti-Zionism, actually got the New York Times to ask if she was funded by Hamas or any sort of militant group.
Right there.
They went after Theo Vaughn. They went after Joe Rogan.
Yep.
They went after Daryl Cooper, a historian, for introducing facts about World War II that are not disputable. And so it was just becoming very obvious that there was some sort of an infiltration that was happening, and they all knew what their marching orders were. Bibi Netanyahu wanted them to emotionally manipulate us to think that, oh my gosh, you cannot even question anything the state of Israel is doing because we're in this very precarious state and the Holocaust is around the corner. And it's factually not true. And we have a right to discuss what our nation.
The idea that he is saying that in response to like information that's coming out that she thinks is like connected to the Mossad, like covering or whatever the fuck she's mentioning, like this, whoever the fuck this Daryl Cooper person that has covered research that's like not favorable to the state of Israel or something like that. One, it's common for there to be updates to like death counts and stuff like that. But two, Bibi will just always, he just says that. It's not anything to do or connected to any sort of like new research or information that's come out that's like troubling because it's going to reframe the way people think about the Holocaust. He just does that because everybody knows the Holocaust was a mass tragedy, and he uses it to conjure up images of like sympathy for Israel and as cover to do whatever the fuck they want. They're always acting in self-defense. It's always preventing some greater harm. They're always acting preemptively. That's all it is.
Is doing, what we are funding, who is being killed by this, and whether or not this relationship with Israel serves us. Has it ever served us? War in the Middle East. Give me that time where war in the Middle East when they said it's going to be peaceful after this. We're just going to do one more regime flip. When did that work? Tell me the last time.
And the craziest part is that they have not even changed the script from the Iraq War. It is the exact same script. They are weeks, months, just they're right around the corner from weapons of mass destruction, from nuclear weapons. Like Bibi was on the stand in U.S.
What do you want to bet if I go to this guy's channel, there has to be a war that this guy has met that he liked. It has to be there somewhere.
Congress in 2003 giving the exact same speech about Saddam Hussein in Iraq and about how we'll overthrow him and then this peace will sweep the region. He used some phrase like ripples of peace or something like that. Yeah, that's, 20, 30 years later now, right? He's been claiming this stuff about Iran for 30 years. He's been claiming this stuff about the other nations he wanted to overthrow in the Middle East for 20 years. It's not, they didn't have very much creativity with this one.
No, and I think that's what it is it's worked for them in the past. It obviously worked the best after 9/11, and we weren't allowed to ask any questions about that narrative because we didn't have social media then. And so we had this relationship where we assumed the media was telling us the truth. Yeah. But Generation 9/11 has grown up. Okay, like I remember where I was sitting when 9/11 happened, what classroom I was in. We have seen the fruits of these wars, and we are asking the question why it seems that the only country that benefits from all of this, and they openly say it, these conflicts, is Israel. They constantly are benefiting from these wars. They don't have the bodies to fight them, and they are going to draft American sons and daughters. He's already giving that rhetoric that we must get involved. Yeah. You know what, Skylar, could you pull the clip? I think I saw Alex Jones retweeted it, but it's Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah, Skylar, pull up the Alex Jones clip. I love how she's just talking about how Israel has perpetuated like a media conspiracy. Without like missing a beat, immediately is like, can we go to the clips from the conspiracy theorists that I like? Come on.
Yahoo basically saying,
come on,
that if we
Skylar,
don't get involved
pull
in
it
this
up.
war, New York is going to be bombed next, which sounds like a
first
threat.
is Tel Aviv and then it's New York.
Yeah.
Right? What is it? I understand America first, but I don't understand America dead.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Yeah, so if you don't
what rhetoric,
do Israel first.
Oh, that's funny. I don't understand America dead. We've only heard I'm not America only, but I'm sure the I don't want to see America dead is going to be another way for the supposed MAGA isolationists to justify hopping on board to this regional conflict.
Then you will be America dead, which is why I found this meme to be hilarious, because we obviously know how this works with Israel. We have a long history and relationship with Israel. Can you pull up that meme? That's so funny. Look at this. Who wants to do a false flag? It says, and this is the question. To drag U.S. into war with Iran, you will A, attack a U.S. ship, C, assassinate a U.S. official, B, attack a U.S. base, or D, conduct terrorism on U.S. soil. This went positively viral, which tells you Americans are awake.
Funny.
Okay, you don't get to keep doing this thing where like a president dies who's kind of against Israel, gets shot in the back of a car, and then you lock down and say, "Oh, no question," or like we catch.
That's low-key funny. I saw it on Kyle Kalinski's feed as well.
Lock it all down and say, "No questions. We're gonna release the files, but maybe never release the files." Like we know who's doing this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know?
And
I don't know.
Wait, had she criticized Trump about the Epstein stuff?
Everyone. And then you get to lock it all down and say, no questions. We're going to release the files, but maybe never release the files. Like, we know who's doing this stuff.
Yeah.
Do you know?
And
I don't know.
And honestly, like that meme, it went so viral, but
So she's not even like subtle about the JQ posting. Cool.
it's missing option E, all of the above, which is what I'm concerned about. Because I mean, and it's like, oh my gosh, like I posted this on Twitter sort of, and people were like, you're so psychotic, you're so crazy. It's like Israel has done many false
X is all
flags.
IDF bots.
Many
It's just-
false
it's so
flags,
not
both
real.
on America and on themselves. Like, I mean, the U.S. has done false flags. This is very typical standard operating procedure at this
Because
point.
there's no difference between the
Yeah.
CIA and the Mossad is pretty much what we were all coming to
And there's
understand.
no consent for this war. Did you see Charlie Kirk's
Why this emphasis on false flag attacks and like crisis actors when you can just point to the things that they're doing and how they have flimsy pretexts for it? You don't need to, or like there's no evidence to support the claims that they're making with respect to Iran having like imminently about to acquire a nuclear weapon. You don't need to do this whole, well, they've done a false flag in the past, so probably they're doing it now, right? They've done so many. It proceeds to not name a single false flag that they've done
a poll that he put out
to even like bolster his claim.
Day it all started, Charlie Kirk, who could not have an opinion before we found out if it was going to be popular with his audience or not, because clearly like his buddies want him to say one thing, but like his young conservative audience might not.
I mean, this is what I'm here for, the MAGA infighting.
Dig it. So he puts out a poll, should America get involved in the war with Iran? And it came back with about 500,000 votes as 90% no.
Yeah, nobody wants to be involved in this war.
like the most
and
mainstream
so they
conservative
need to
audience
do
you could
something
have.
dramatic. And by the way, if you wanted to know this war was coming, the number one indication, which is the hilarity, because their propaganda is getting stupid. I don't know if they're just, old and out of shape. We're all heading in that direction.
It is stupid. So why are you like hinting at like fucking false flag attacks or whatever?
But when Trump survived the assassination attempt, and we see this scrawny white guy from Pennsylvania, Matthew Crooks, who shot at Donald Trump, they then came out. This is reality, right? The deep state came out and said that this attack was orchestrated by Iran, that Iran was they had received intel just leading up to this, that Iran was going to assassinate President Trump. Then he was just the Republican nominee, or he was about to accept the Republican nominee. This is the most ridiculous thing ever. I'm going, okay, so you want me to believe that this guy, Matthew Crooks, was receiving, what happened here?
He
Like,
learned Farsi or like they
Kurdish.
approached him. And,
Can we get a picture of Matthew Crooks? Didn't look
This is the first kid that tried to assassinate Trump, I think.
exactly to me like he could have had anything to do with Iran, but they went with this. They went with this.
Despite his phone getting traced to like interacting with FBI apparent devices. And you mentioned how the deep state came out and told us it was Iran. Bibi was a big part of that messaging. Bibi just happened to have a tour in the U.S. scheduled the week after that.
They've been saying this talking point for 20 years. Iran is only months away to get a big boom boom. Well, that's why you don't need to fucking, again, add on all this other nonsense about like false flags when like the only thing you're going to be able to bring up is like what? Like the Laban affair that happened like decades ago. Every other thing that they're going to say like, oh, that was a false flag is like highly contentious.
Attempt. And his script was clearly already written to blame this assassin attempt that turned out to be an attempt to blame it on Iran. And so he just rolled with that script, even though it had already been debunked and people were already digging it all open. And it was so transparent at the time.
Yeah, and he's, we have to be very careful. Iran. And I'm going, guys, you're too obvious. Like everything is just too obvious at this point. And you've lost the crowd, right? So even this conversation that we're having, you couldn't have it 2 years ago.
No.
You could not have it 2 years ago. And so many people's eyes have been awakened because the deception has become that obvious. Okay, I just want to read an ad from one of our sponsors and then dive into how you think Trump is doing responding to this, whether you think he knew that they were going to bomb Iran and how it's going to impact his legacy. Also, Skylar, if you could pull that clip, we may already have it, of Tucker speaking to Steve Bannon and his take on it. Let's do that. But first, I want to remind you guys about truth or help. Donate like this. The American Finance Risk Credit Mortgage Consulting. If you start today, the number is 800.net.
It's such a shame, right?
AmericanFinancing.net, 795-1210, or visit AmericanFinancing.net/.
I wonder if her anti-Semitic audience has like thinks that her getting a sponsorship from a financial institution is sus.
Owens, AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. Okay, Trump.
It's such a shame right now.
Let's just recap. Why don't you recap his statement-ish, what Bibi Netanyahu is saying, and what the problem is here?
So before the whole war kicked off with, the preemptive strike, from Israel.
Yeah, just to be clear, they're either attacked or they attack preemptively, but they're never wrong, right?
No, they are definitely defending themselves,
defending
and they
themselves
clearly
always.
have the
Even
right
when they
to
attack,
defend
they're defending
themselves. Let's be clear. But we were in the process of having negotiations. It was literally the day before peace talks and deproliferation agreements with Trump, where the U.S. was going to meet with Iranians to talk about their nuclear program and talk about the tensions and talk about the whole war situation in the Middle East and theoretically move towards peace and de-escalation. And Iran seemed to think that we were acting in good faith. And presumably Trump and our team seemed to...
I'm like cringing at this part, the fact that like I'm going to obviously agree with some of this fucking childish, vulgar analysis of what is going on. But I take comfort in the fact that there are still a lot of neocons that liberals and Democrats have to admit that they share a lot of common ground on with respect to this issue if they're supporting the backing Israel in this.
To think that they were acting in good faith. And then Israel launches this attack, this preemptive strike on Iran, and Trump comes out and like the U.S. position is like, we had no idea. We knew nothing about it. Just like with the strike in
Best lies contain some truth. Yeah, that's how they're able to get audiences like this.
Ukraine. We didn't know. We had nothing to do with this. This was not us, even though I have some questions there too. And then Israel just comes out and is like, actually, psych. The U.S. was in on it, and Trump was just tricking the Iran, and they were like totally fooling Iran to just get them all into a state of like calm and not suspecting. And it's like, bro, what are you doing? Like, so if Israel's lying and the U.S. didn't know, and Israel just played this whole weird game on us, that's so messed up. That is beyond messed up.
Also, because we give them billions of dollars every year.
Should be condemned. They should be cut off.
Cutting you off financially.
But if they're telling the truth, that is also super messed up. The blowback of that in the future is completely unknown. Because next time, suppose it's nuclear Russia or suppose it's nuclear North Korea that we're trying to negotiate with next time. How seriously are they going to take our reaching out to want to de-escalate something when this is what happened to Iran?
I'm like primed, since they're conservative, I'm primed to read into everything. And I'm like, why are you talking about Trump negotiating with North Korea and Russia first?
Well, here's what I will say. What makes me uncomfortable is the fact that Trump doesn't instantly just come out and say Bibi's lying. If Bibi, you think he's so bold that he's going out there and he's saying...
And we know why. I'm going to read this New York Times article that talks about the influence that Fox News had on Trump making this pivot and just uncritically backing him.
Trump actually works for me. He lied, right? He dangled the carrot for you, said you were going to talk while we were just setting up to blow up, to blow up your facilities.
Exactly.
And if Trump is saying, or if the signaling is that, no, that's actually not true, Trump is quick with a tweet. He's quick to come out and say...
Not this time.
Yeah, exactly. And so his silence to me is very suspicious. But I do want to show this clip of Tucker Carlson. Do you have that, Skylar, available? Okay, let's run Tucker Carlson discussing this. Take a listen. He's speaking with Steve Bannon.
I actually really love Trump. He's a deeply humane, kind person. And I am saying this because I'm really afraid that my country's going to be further weakened by this. I think we're going to see the end of American empire, obviously. Other nations would like to see that, and this is a perfect way to scuttle the USS America on the shoals of Iran. But it's also going to end, I believe, Trump's presidency and effectively end it. And so that's why I'm saying
What do you mean by that? That's coming from you. That's
look, I knew Bush. I knew George W. Bush. Family connections to Bush. I knew Bush. Personally, I still see Bush sometimes. And, of course, he hates me, and he does because I criticized him on Iraq. And that war is the sum total, from a historical perspective, of his administration. But I knew him, and he had all kinds of plans for the things that he wanted to do. But once
domestically.
If Bush really cut ties with him over his criticisms of the Iraq war, all of these people are somehow even more thin-skinned than I ever imagined, which I did not think was possible.
Domestically, to improve the country. Right. And you may agree or disagree, but in his mind, he wasn't just about the invasion of Iraq in March of 2000.
Oh, no. He was going to redo Social Security.
100%,
He had all that, so all types of it. He was going to take care of the entitlements issue.
And he really thought it was going to work.
Yep.
And you could laugh at that or whatever, but the point is, the second you get enmeshed in a real war, not a fake, let's go bomb the villagers, declare success, but we don't even have a good track record. Why are the Houthis still? There's a whole other question, which is how prepared is the U.S. military for a real conflict? And the answer is totally scary unprepared. I don't think.
I wonder what he means when he says, why are the Houthis still there? I mean, it was fucking... So Operation Prosperity Guardian, I think, was $750 million and didn't really result in too much. And they're still explicitly targeting Israel. That didn't even end up deterring them. And then Trump went over Israel, completely left Israel out of the deal with the ceasefire that we negotiated with them. But yeah, they've not been incapacitated.
And that. But anyway, The only reason I'm saying any of this is because I really, really care.
So I trust Tucker beyond, more than.
So here's what Tucker cares about. Tucker does not want, he just wants to focus on the mass immigration program because Tucker Carlson is a white nationalist. He probably sees this as a fucking distraction.
Any person in politics, I trust.
You trust Chatsworth Carlson?
Oh, Chatsworth Carlson. Woo, new nickname just dropped. Beware, Mark Levin's coming for you, Tucker. He's got a nickname for you, and you'll never survive it. It's really bad.
Mark Levin called him that?
Funded by Qatar who disagrees with me.
Like, of all the people you could pick, the red-blooded Tucker Carlson, like the most Christian American man ever.
So he's saying he's certain that Trump didn't know. I am certain. Okay, and by the way, people in the chat are saying no. Trump said he did know, and I forgot about that. His first, you can maybe look for this, Skylar, but I think the first message he put out suggested that he knew on Truth Social.
It did.
And then he walked that back and said, "We had no idea, and if you come for us, we're going to come for you." So there, like I said, there just seems to be a little bit of communication failure. I trust Tucker.
Turn up 2012. I'm timing you out. You're you're wilding too much. You're timed out for 600 seconds. Have fun. Behave.
Want to look,
but would Trump tell Tucker or would anybody would they be honest with him that I was plotting and did this? I believe that Tucker.
War Room is peace. Yeah, Steve Bannon's War Room has got to be renamed to the Peace Room.
Believes him, but like I said, Trump has the ability to fire off a tweet and just be like, "You're a liar, BB, and your mama's a liar."
And he's not doing it.
He's not doing it.
And to be fair, let's be real.
Even if he did that, it wouldn't fracture his relationship with Bibi. Netanyahu needs him. So all he would do is scramble to try to find a way to salvage it.
Wars are not planned by Bibi and by Trump. These wars are planned by bankers, and they're planned by neocons in the permanent government, and they're planned by tech executives and by the
Y'all know what he means when he says bankers.
Executives at the war machine. Like these wars are planned by much bigger interests than just the president and the prime minister of Israel. And so the movements to get this war in place have been going on for years. Right? And this war, let's be real, this war is not about the nukes at all. The nukes are the pretext. The nukes are the WMDs. This war is about the oil, the IMEC corridor, the canal project that they want to build, the Ben Gurion Canal. This war is about global trade and about the US dollar. It's about much bigger things and about destabilizing the region. It's not about the nukes. And so the players that are planning things like this, they're not really concerned with what Trump wants or doesn't want. They might be convincing him to get on board with their plan or not, and leveraging things to get him on board. But I don't think they had to do a whole lot of convincing. I think that Trump would be very easily swayed to think all you need to do is show him some intelligence reports, show him some spooky stuff about Iran's stockpile of almost nuclear material, and be like, look, they almost have a bomb.
And it doesn't hurt that he took $100 million from Miriam Adelson. Don't forget, guys, that's coming too. This is going to be the one in the Candace is right jar. But it's not even that I'm right, just paying attention. I'm just paying attention to stuff. And obviously, we're going to annex the West Bank because that's what Miriam Adelson gave Trump the check with Israel already planning. This is ahead of October 7th, okay? Hey, here's the thing. We're going to want to annex the West Bank. Okay, so Israel's imperializing. That's what's happening. And to your point about Afghanistan, people are like, oh, they weren't involved here. Guys.
And obviously, that exacerbates it. And it does show you what money and interest he's comfortable cozying up to. But that was going to, in his first term, he changed the United States policy with respect to the settlements by changing the language, the strategic ambiguity or whatever that the United States had. The United States technically says somewhere in a State Department document that they're illegal, but the rhetoric that is employed by every single U.S. diplomat, president, et cetera, towards the settlements has always just been this sort of antiseptic, they're an obstacle type language. Trump actually was the one that changed it to formally say they are not illegal per se. So Miriam Adelson giving him money was her funding a thing that he had already signaled interest and actually made a policy change in the first term. It's not good, obviously, and it exacerbates and entrenches corruption, but...
Guys, you have no idea what those wars were about, okay? In Afghanistan, you got to speak to the troops that were out there and had to guard the poppy fields.
It's just a little bit there's the way that they talk about Trump a little bit is this idea that if only he weren't mind controlled by Israel or Jewish people or whatever, he would be acting different. It's no, he wouldn't be.
What happened after that war? America got
Trump is far right, Bibi is far right. These two are obviously going to be compatriots. It's not hard to understand.
opioid crisis. Who benefited off of that? Where's poppy growing, by the way? Like, to support this crisis that we're having.
Yeah.
This is how these people think, okay? And so they're selling us crap. They're telling us, oh, it's about this. It's because you have to save these people. It's because this is happening. And in reality, it's because they are the makers of the world. Like, they are the people that want to make sure that they control the world, they control the wealth, and that they control the land. And it's very obvious that Bibi Netanyahu just happens to be satanic. He is just, you will never remove me from that understanding. He is
It's so bizarre that her the basis for her anti-Semitism is like completely rooted in this like traditional like genuine like Christian anti-Semitism shit. You can hear the three echoes from Saturn.
a full-blown demon. And anybody that supports him, in my view, I am questioning your soul. I really am at this point.
I mean, at this point, the tragic beauty of it all is that it is so obvious who uses their brain on social media, who uses their brain in the media, who actually thinks for themselves and just in regular political life here now, because the propaganda, we're literally like from 1 month to the next. Oh my gosh, Hamas is using human shields. Oh no, like they're bombing our cities in Israel because our military installations are built into and underneath Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, Iran is bombing civilians. You mean like Gaza, where you bombed tens, maybe even hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians? Like,
did you also see that tweet that was like from an Israeli and it was in Hebrew and it said they're turning us into Gaza or something like that? I have to find it.
Just a month
War
apart.
is hell.
Oh my gosh, it's
War
so
is
tragic.
hell. It's
Why would you ever want this?
Of course the kids have to die. War is hell.
Yeah.
They can't keep their argument straight. Now all of a sudden it's like one Israeli dies. Oh my gosh, a civilian was killed. Like, what are you guys doing? Keep your argument straight. But speaking of propaganda, guys,
that's not new. It's always, they're acting like that's only been the thing since October 7th. That's literally always been the way that this conflict is understood in the West.
Reached peak propaganda. The way that the little IDF bots on X are still trying.
Okay. Now I want to get to where she's like wait, where is it? Loss of Israel support, Elon Musk and Trump drama, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is like the first thing that she put out. Then I wanted to see, where is it? No, not this. I want to read this article about what the fuck else Bannon and her talked about. Or Bannon and Tucker talked about. So this was yesterday. Tucker Carlson tells Bannon Israel-Iran conflict could end Trump's presidency and American empire. Let's elaborate. I had missed that he said, I actually really love Trump. I think he's deeply humane, a kind person, Carlson said. It's going to end, I believe. I believe Trump's presidency will effectively end it. He means the American empire. The comments follows a series of attacks Carlson has launched in recent days. What is this link to? In recent days against Trump, Fox News hosts, and other conservative establishment figures for backing U.S. support of Israeli military action against Iran. Last week, he accused Trump of betraying America first by fueling conflict abroad, prompting a rare rebuke from the former president. I'm the one that decides that, fired back Trump in an interview with The Atlantic. President Donald Trump hit back at MAGA media star Tucker Carlson on the suggestion that Trump is abandoning America First principles by supporting Israel's military strikes in Iran. In an interview with writer Michael Scherer of The Atlantic, published on his 79th birthday, Trump said that he is, quote, the one that developed America First, and therefore he is the one that decides what it means, not Carlson. Reality can be whatever I want it to be. I mean, he's not wrong. His followers will really just fall in line behind whatever he says America First is. So if America First means following Bibi into this, that's what it means. That's it. Fuck no, they can send their own goddamn kids. Pisco is not a fan of that argument. Carlson also criticized Trump in a newsletter writing, while the American military may not have physically perpetrated the assault, years of funding and sending weapons to Israel, which Donald Trump just bragged about on Truth Social, undeniably placed the U.S. at the center of last night's event. Carlson doubled down on social media and blasted his former colleagues, Sean Hannity, Mark Levin, and Rupert Murdoch, as warmongers. When asked directly about Carlson's critique during an interview with Scherer, Trump dismissed the charge and defended his approach to foreign policy. Well, considering I'm the one that developed it, and considering that the term wasn't used till I came along, I think I'm the one that decides that. For those people who say they want peace, you can't have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon. So for all of those wonderful people who don't want to do anything about Iran having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace. That's not peace. He later said Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. Very simple. Regardless, Israel or not Israel, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. Israel or not Israel? What? I can't think of a single thing where his followers would abandon him. I've seen it happen one time. Exactly one time. He was at a rally in like I can't remember when it was. He was talking about vaccines and there was some booze. That was the only time I've ever seen there be open disdain. I think Bibi might have attacked unilaterally because everyone knows how Trump would react if he wasn't told incoherently in the way truth about his involvement would always be in question. Okay, well, I want to read this fucking Times expose talking about this shit. Oh, yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene also, like, came to Tucker's defense. And I didn't realize this until fucking, I think, hold on, I think she actually doesn't take any money from AIPAC. Marjorie Taylor Greene take money from AIPAC. I don't want Grok to give me information on that. Hold on. Let's see if I put... Lobby total $2,200, $2,250. This representative has not signaled support for overturning Citizens United. This representative has a poor legislative record on Israel-Palestine issues. I only knew about this because fucking Shuon had replied to her saying, like, oh, she did, like, pointing out that she doesn't take money. But I mean, this tracks. I wonder what she took. What did she need $2,200 for? Imagine grokking becoming the new verb. I'd rather not imagine that, but thank you. I also want to find that. Fuck, I'm like so sidetracked. I want to find that tweet that said like they're turning it into Gaza. Let me see if I can. I'm looking through the account where I know I saw it. These people fucking use this app all day long. I'm so annoyed. I just want to find it. Oh, wait, there it is. Perfect. I was literally about to give up. They're fucking turning us into Gaza. It's like the funniest shit I've seen all week. Okay, let's see what this other one was.
Did you know that you can have permanent teeth?
Okay. And so then she went live again. Actually, before I get to the New York Times thing, I did want to see this episode. She went live 7 hours ago. And I'm pretty sure all of this is defending Tucker. Trump splits his base by turning on Tucker. A potential war with Iran heats up. And we look back on how we got here. So if this is just JQ posting the whole time, I'm not watching an hour of this shit. But I want to see what she has to say about if she actually does continue to like tear into Trump. Because it's really toothless. Like, even in the first one where she's saying that, like, she's criticizing him, he's still just a helpless little baby, and it's not his fault. It's because he's mind controlled by these other people, which is just so ignorant to think that, again, Trump, who can be swayed by a bunch of different people, would not be amenable to corruption in this form, like, specifically only from it, like, regardless of how much money from AIPAC he does or does not receive, this was going to be his policy with respect towards Israel. It's stupid to think otherwise.
All right, you guys, happy Tuesday, or is it a happy Tuesday? Do you guys remember Miss Cleo from the 90s? Remember this?
You have questions. I have the answers. Call me now for your free tarot reading.
Call 1-800-980-8637.
What is this?
That's how I'm feeling lately with all of this stuff, which was so obvious. And I said a year ago that's now happening. I'm like, call me now, call me now.
What is this reference? Is she like a boomer?
because I just seem to keep accurately predicting these political events. But I have a confession, you guys. I'm not a fortune teller. And by the way, neither was Miss Cleo. She was actually a fraud. And me, I've just been paying attention to all of the obvious signs and the words that are coming out of Bibi Netanyahu's mouth. And now we're going to war. American planes are in the skies in Iran. So buckle up, guys. Get ready to send your sons and daughters to the Middle East. And everyone who disagrees with that is apparently a jihadist, or as Trump is saying, a kook. That's what he's called, Tucker Carlson. Whose side are you on? Welcome back to Candace.
Weird.
Here's the thing. I try to be optimistic about everything, even obviously the state of play.
And me, also a fraud. Game recognizes game.
To find the silver lining, but there is one. There is a silver lining. And I think it's that left and right, we can finally stop warring with one another, because it all just seems to be the same. Both sides are serving the same master, and that's apparently money and war.
What's going on with that intro? Well, I don't know. It completely clashes with the aesthetic it seems like she's trying to cultivate here.
Or the nonstop war machine. Tim Dillon actually recently, I think it was yesterday, nailed it on the head, speaking about how the left falls for war and how the right falls for war and how you can manipulate both sides. Take a listen.
The American conservative movement, and they can be emotionally manipulated.
I mean, it's not really the left. It's like liberals and Democrats, right?
The base of the
not
American
the left proper.
liberal movement can be manipulated in that way as well. All you have to do with that side is tell them that RuPaul's Drag Race can't do a show in Russia. And then they're in. So all you have to do is for the left make war about domestic politics. They throw gay people off the roof or whatever, even though do we have photos? I'm sure it's happened. How is it happening every day? And are we going to help that somehow by bombing everybody? Now, yeah, try to throw them off the roof now. We bombed the building. Like, it's not rational, but that's how you get the left involved. You just use domestic wedge political issues to get them going. The left is crazy. The right is stupid. So the way you get the right involved is to just tell them they're going to be killed soon, that they're on their way to kill you.
Okay, it's painful how much this is like mapping on, because when he was talking about like, oh, they throw gay people off roofs, I mean, it's reminding me of like liberals bringing up like, oh, gays for Gaza is stupid because they'd fucking behead you if you were gay in Gaza. This is also, and then, or like, I've heard Wick literally say the whole like, yeah, they throw gay people off roofs. And then yesterday on her take, the entire time, Jillian, who's obviously a conservative, but she's supposed to be a centrist. Her whole argument pretty much boiled down to, this is scary. They're scary because they have people in their country that criticize our country and say things like death to America, and I don't like that, so we should bomb them.
They're coming to kill you, and we got to kill them first. We got to kill them before they kill you.
This guy's getting a push lately. Tim Dillon's not like new. He's not new on the scene.
Everything's preemptive.
He's been like a podcaster and comic for like years.
Everything is a strike. It's there, and you're in your cul-de-sac. And you're like, Iran's gonna get it.
I have to say, kind of got to agree with that, and we have to laugh at it, because if we weren't laughing, we would probably be crying. It's just terrible. It's so cyclical. And I'll ask the question: show of hands, who 1 week ago can honestly say that they woke up terrified that Iran was going to nuke the United States of America? Oh, absolutely nobody did. But that's where we are at right now. Now, some are calling this a MAGA civil war, but it's not that, okay? Let's be frank. Let's be honest. This is not MAGA at all. Some people are calling it MEGA.
Okay, this is the cope that I'm here for. Like somebody in chat said, the conservative infighting is exactly what I've been waiting for this whole time. Grab your fucking popcorn. It is delicious to watch her pretend like this isn't going to fracture the base or whatever. It obviously is, especially depending on how big the scale of this ends up getting.
Make Israel great again. I would actually argue that it's make Israel greater.
Wait, did she say?
It's MEGA, make Israel great again. I would actually argue that it's make Israel greater, and that Trump just fractured his base. I believe he just fractured his base. Now, the Make America Great Again movement, as I understood it, took very many bullets defending Trump and the Make America Great Again movement early on. back in 2017, 18, 19, because as I understood it, it was about the realization that Americans...
Yeah, it was so hard for you to take those bullets where you were clearly laying the groundwork for you to become like the go-to pick-me, like black conservative woman and grifter. I'm sure that was very, very hard for you, Candace.
Were last, frankly, that the elites had sold us out for never-ending wars. Effectively, MAGA was a declaration of war on neocons, right? On the people who always come up with a reason for us to send our sons and daughters overseas, sending unaccountable dollars. We don't know where all the money went.
Also, this is stupid. These people just take Trump at his word when it comes to him saying that, like, I'm the anti-war president, then just completely ignore his record on foreign policy in the first administration.
While
he was warmongering constantly and took actions.
American jobs, American cities, even the American education system was in steep decline. A lot of the rhetoric at that time was aimed at our veterans, right? Remember, the fallen soldiers, how we had forgotten these brave men and these brave women, the veterans who came back and weren't treated with any respect, the people who went and never came back as they...
It is good to know, though, that like there's Democrats that fell for the, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are working tirelessly day and night for that ceasefire. And it is kind of funny to see the MAGA version of them falling for something that is clearly not fucking true. It would be funnier if it didn't have such horrible consequences, but them being like, but Trump said no new wars, but Trump is the anti-interventionist guy.
They died in foreign lands. Yeah, that was what the MAGA movement was supposed to be about. America being pulled out of decline. Rhetoric also aimed at farmers and ranchers. Now, what was the mandate? Like I said, keep Americans out of foreign affairs. No war. We were actually so obsessed with not getting involved in war that this time the left and the right actually locked arms. It was the literal appeal of Tulsi Gabbard. She was hated by Hillary Clinton types, the Barry Weiss types, calling her a toady.
The toll cells. I mean, she's not wrong that, the people that supported Tulsi Gabbard, the Michael Tracy types, the kind of post-left, alt-left types, yes, there was some alliance there, but you're talking about 10 people. You're talking about Haas from Infrares and MAGA communists. Jackson Hinkle, other notable grifters.
Military, she was extremely adverse to war. And we were like, yes, that's great. That works for us. And Trump, by the way, if we're taking a look at him, he had been extremely vocal in the past for years, by the way, before he even ran for president, about the disaster of our foreign policy in the Middle East. He specifically called out Barack Obama back in 2011 for what he deemed to be an unnecessarily looming conflict with, well, you guessed it, Iran. Take a listen.
You think she's going to bring up the assassination of Soleimani? It's probably going to come up any minute now, right?
President will start a war.
The fact that you can definitely see the breakdown in communication, you can trace a line from what's happening now and the assassination attempts that occurred, or the attempted one from Iranians in November of last year to his first term.
With Iran, because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran.
Okay, and he kept up that 4 years later, that same rhetoric during the 2015 Republican presidential election debates. Trump came across as strong, he came across as truthful because he took a bold stance against the disaster of the Iraq War and all the lies that were told leading up to it. Take a listen to Trump.
Obviously, the war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? Obviously, it was a mistake. So
this is all they'll be able to do is go back to moments and rhetoric. You're not actually going to be able to go through his record because you would see that he expanded drone strikes in a bunch of different countries. You would see the assassination. You would see all these different military actions and campaigns that he waged that further entrenched warfare in these countries, further destabilize these regions.
George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East. But I want to tell you, they lied. Okay. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none. There were no weapons of mass destruction.
All right.
Yep, that is the Trump that I voted for twice, okay? So we elected him in 2016. We elected him again in 2024, more or less the exact same mandate. And like I said, we were excited, especially when Tulsi Gabbard became the director of national intelligence, right? And I'm not kidding when I say that 8 weeks ago in March, she testified before Congress that Iran did not appear to be building a nuclear bomb. This was 8 weeks ago, you guys. Take a listen.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
So what changed, you guys? What happened? Because now we're in this phase of gaslighting. We got all these IDF bots pretending that we're not America First for noticing that the messaging has completely changed over a couple of weeks. What actually changed overnight? And why did it change overnight? And the answer is Bibi Netanyahu. What Bibi Netanyahu wants is what he gets. He is the effective president of the United States and has been for a very long time, okay? After 2 years of the media persistent in their messaging surrounding the horrors of October 7th, which, by the way, the IDF mysteriously elected to pull their troops away from the border on that day, October 7th, when mysteriously also the IDF chose mysteriously to ignore.
Does she actually think October 7th was a false flag? It was just a massive security failure, because what she's talking about is true. They had started diverting more IDF forces away from the armistice line near Gaza that separates Gaza from Israel proper and dragging them to the West Bank to go protect the settlers that Bibi needs to stay in office. But that was not to intentionally bring about October 7th. Or if you're like, the only way you could attempt to make that point is that they were enhancing terror by doing this. So it was something that was preventable. But this is literally like 9/11 truther type, like George Bush literally did 9/11 type shit.
2 warnings which came from Egypt that Hamas was planning an attack. They just said, you know what, we're going to ignore that. This is all facts, by the way. The also mysterious decision by the government to ignore a plan, which they had intercepted, a plan from Hamas to take 200 hostages. They had nothing about that. All of this leading up to that moment in October 7th, when for some inexplicable reason, the IDF was just not able to get any one of their very many soldiers to intervene on that attack for 2 entire hours. Utterly implausible. Don't believe me? Just ask Charlie Kirk.
How did these guys not know this was taking place?
So I've been to Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still had the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that is an IDF soldier, right? The whole country is surveilled. And so let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu is basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power.
He's like, this is supposed to be an example of like Charlie Kirk, like being hard on Israel or whatever, but he is a massive Israel simp.
There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu where they...
But like, LOL at a conservative being like, can you believe that you've got this far-right lunatic? Well, he didn't say far-right, but he was like, this lunatic in Israel that's trying to like overhaul the judiciary, and he's like fucking with their rights. And it's like, dude, zero self-awareness to say that about Bibi and then come home and like praise Trump.
Anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it. Israel's the size of New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes. Wow. 6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews. Did somebody in the government say stand down? That is a legitimate, non-conspiracy question.
Questions that Bibi Netanyahu doesn't want to answer. By the way, I should add here that in addition, when the IDF finally did arrive after 2 hours, they were instructed via the Hannibal Directive, which is a military directive that they have, to shoot anything that moved, including...
Yeah, there are people that think that like the majority of the atrocities that occurred on October 7th didn't actually happen at the hands of Hamas, that it was actually Israel that opened fire and like killed the majority of them, but there's not a... Like, the New York Times reported like the max amount of people and deaths that you can attribute to the use of the Hannibal Directive, which Israel did do, is like 12 people. It's not like the overwhelming majority or anything like that.
Jewish people. So the Israeli government was instructed to not let anybody survive, to kill everybody because they didn't want anybody to be taken as hostages. So yeah, a lot of questions to be asked. How many of their own people did they kill? And yeah, why did it take so long for them to get to that border, which they mysteriously decided to leave vacant on that day? Now, Bibi you would never know this because the Western media doesn't cover it, has been facing a slew of corruption charges, trials for what he did or did not do on that day. He also mysteriously instructed his administration not to record the discussions that they were having, as is required by law. He wanted the transcripts from that day to be edited. Among very many other of the accusations of corruption, Bibi's cabinet coordinated verified lies and propaganda to be shared with the Western media. Okay, you can read all of this, by the way, in Haaretz, an Israeli newspaper, because you certainly can't read in any of the Western ones. And why is that? Well, because they have their marching orders. Because virtually everything that we have watched and listened to over the last 3 years has been one long, unhinged propagandist effort in preparation for this war. AIPAC dollars spent, journalists funded to overreact to any and everything. I'm not kidding, right? So sensitive. Everything is now anti-Semitism. Everything is the Holocaust. Everything is Adolf Hitler. Every person that you knew that was in public magically over the last 2 years got possessed by the spirit of Adolf Hitler. At least that's the version, like, according to Zionists. They became...
You'd have to show me one example of liberals. That's what these people mean when they say the left supported a war because of culture war shit in another country. It's not that explicit. They're obviously being hyperbolic when they say that. But it is used to gin up support for Israeli campaigns by being like, would you rather live in Israel or would you rather live in Gaza? I know I'd rather live in Tel Aviv where they have pride parades and equal marriage, even though that's not true. You're telling me that if I go on Richie Torres's Twitter, I'm not going to find some statement to that effect. I'm not going to find him saying that the reason why he, as like a black gay Democrat, supports Israel over Hamas or Palestinians or Gaza is because of their progressive values and like how they're a liberal democracy, and as opposed to these backwards jihadists, Palestinians that live in the West Bank.
Became radical and they became obsessed and they became obvious to the quote unquote conspiracy theorists like me.
These people will do anything to not have to just lay the blame at Trump's feet. No, he was manipulated, you guys. He definitely would not have been on board with this had it not been for, like, you know, like AIPAC money and stuff like that. Like, again, like, obviously Trump's a corrupt piece of shit, but there's nothing to suggest that he would, he just wants to be anti-war so badly, you guys. He just really, really wishes that he could be anti-war, but fucking it's Bibi that's getting in the way of him instituting his anti-war agenda. We just need to get rid of Bibi and Israeli propaganda, and we'd have the true America first agenda come to fruition. It's not true.
Who told you the reason why they were acting this way? It was to prepare.
Like, she'll never, I wonder if there's any criticism on her channel, the fact that he didn't actually withdraw from Afghanistan, or in 2019 he was actually increasing the amount of bombs that we were dropping in aerial bombardments
for war with Iran. I've been saying this, I'm not kidding, for over 2 years.
Or like, again, she won't bring up that like he tore up the JCPOA. You can argue like, yeah, he was egged on by Israel to do it, or that's something that encouraged him to do it. But
me saying it again just last year. Take a listen.
The assassination of Soleimani, I don't even think there's any intel that links Israel to that.
Iraq, Libya, Syria. He says it, we do it. And now he's saying that Iran might kill President Trump. And if he does, then we just better all say we're going to war right now and not ask any further questions. Let me tell you something right now. Something happens to President Trump, I'm going to have a lot of further questions. And I'm going to make this statement to the American people. Please listen to me. Do not send your sons and daughters to fight in this planned war. They have been planning this war for years, okay? Do not believe them when they say they have weapons of mass.
Dude, this is like POV. You just walked into like a mental institution and started talking to a patient.
Mass destruction. They have been trying this strategy for years in various countries that they want war with, okay? Stop letting these elite oligarchs, very small group of them that benefit from these never-ending wars, allow you to be deluded into emotionality and irrationality and to allow your children to die on foreign soil. Not a single American daughter or son is going to die overseas for this planned war. Call me now, Miss Cleo. Like I said, it was just way too obvious, but I did get something wrong there.
She actually voluntarily showed her insane clip to say that she'd been proven right.
Assassination attempt of Donald Trump, or maybe he did experience some sort of an assassination of his.
She's not wrong though. What the fuck? I know, but she's not clairvoyant. This is not a critique that's new or insightful whatsoever.
opinion, his soul.
And it's a criticism she's exclusively making because she's a massive anti-Semite. It's not one because she's like principally anti-war or anything like that.
Not sure what exactly happened to the Trump that I just showed you, the Trump that I voted for, because today he is.
She sounds like my buddy trying to explain geopolitics after having too many beers. I mean, this is definitely like somebody holding up like the bar napkin math that they did 2 years ago to prove something.
Singing a very different tune. If you've been paying attention to the last 24 hours, he's now attacking people that have remained consistent, that are standing against our involvement in the Middle East on the basis of the fact that regime changes have never worked there. He's attacking, of all people, Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, who we showed.
She's not wrong. How is she a mental patient? She's a mental patient because she sounds absolutely deranged when she's not talking about that assessment that she just made is not based off of anything other than saying that like an elite cabal of like Jewish people are like mind controlling Trump. That's what she's saying. When she like go back, like let me go back. Hold on.
They want war with. They have been trying the strategy.
This whole they shit.
Various countries that they want war with. Okay, stop letting these elite oligarchs, very small group of them that benefit from these never-ending wars.
The small group of elitist oligarchs that benefit from this. That criticism somehow encompasses AIPAC but excludes Donald Trump, who is himself a plutocrat.
Allow you to be deluded.
She's talking about like a cabal. It's just like anti-Semitism. It's not serious.
Into emotionality.
There's like, I'm sure that there's never been an actual instance of Candace Owens actually talking about how we need campaign finance reform. We need to get money out of politics. She's exclusively worried about the impact of like AIPAC and other like Israeli aligned media. It's not some principled opposition to it. I mean, I guess I don't watch Candace Owens at all, so IDK her usual stuff, but she's stumbling into some truth here. I mean, broken clock, right? That's why she's not wrong. That there's like we're doing. I need to find the meme. I'll find this meme that demonstrates what I'm trying to say. Hold on.
Call me now. Call me now, Miss.
I have to go back a little bit more or forward.
Today he is singing because I'm not sure what exactly happened to the Trump that I just showed you, the Trump that I voted for, because today he is singing a very different tune. If you've been paying attention to the last 24 hours, he's now attacking people that have remained consistent, that are standing against our involvement.
Again, she was saying that like all you have to do is look no further than Trump's first administration and see how he treated Israeli policy. The fact that, again, he said basically West Bank settlements are legal. He tried to broker a two-state solution when he was facing indictment charges at the same time that Bibi was. This was in 2022. The peace to prosperity to peace plan. Hold on. If I put Vox Trump two-state solution. This horrible plan completely ignored the or excluded Palestinian leadership. Trump's Israel-Palestine peace plan explained the real threat to peace is if the plan succeeds. This was January 28th, 2020. President Donald Trump claims his peace plan for Israel and Palestine will prove to be a triumph that will last for the next 80 years, but it's unclear whether it will be viable for even 80 minutes. That's because most analysts believe the deal, the political portion of which was finally released on Tuesday, is DOA. It's a total shit show, a former senior White House official familiar with the peace plan process told me the day before its release. In roughly 50 pages, the administration's political strategy, masterminded by Trump's son-in-law and senior advisor Jared Kushner, aims to solve the intractable problem that have stymied both Democratic and Republican administration for decades. It defines the future of Israeli settlements, how Palestinians might conditionally form a state, quote unquote, and America's view of Israel's myriad security concerns. What it doesn't do is provide a right of return for displaced Palestinians to their ancestral homelands in Israel, allow for a sovereign state of Palestine to form a military that it could use to threaten Israel or to defend itself against Israel, this framing, or give Palestinians any meaningful part of Jerusalem as its capital. In fact, it essentially ignores all of the Palestinians' key desires, as the plan was drafted with no input from Palestinian leaders. Okay? Like, she doesn't bring any of this shit up. She makes it seem like, oh, it's just because he's taking, like, the Miriam Adelson bucks. How come he was like, she's going back and forth between showing rhetoric from 2016 to say that was the anti-war president that I voted for. And now she's fast forwarding practically 10 years and saying, how come he's, like, being inconsistent now? And then she's trying to fill in the blanks by being like, oh, it's like Jewish people. It's like Jewish money. It's a Jewish lobby. It's like Miriam Adelson and stuff like that. And it's like, dude, Those were people that were rewarding him for a job well done in the first term because of how pro-Israel he was. The rollout's optics, which featured Trump alongside Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, but with no Palestinian leadership present, won't quell those concerns. Some even argue the plan's release is more meant to help Netanyahu win a tough election in March. The so-called deal of the century isn't a peace plan at all. It's a plan to re-elect Bibi Netanyahu. Guy Ziv, an Israel expert at American University, told me, if this plan was truly aimed at breaking the diplomatic stalemate, the Palestinians would have been consulted in the plan's formulation. He noted that their negotiators cut off ties when Trump's team decided to move the U.S. embassy in Israel to Jerusalem. This is not even getting into the fact that he helped, he greenlit them annexing, was it the Golan Heights? Let me see. I have a Golan Heights. Like Trump annex Golan Heights first term, if I put first term. United States recognition of the Golan Heights as part of Israel. On March 25th, 2019, the United States officially recognized the Golan Heights as being under the sovereignty of Israel. Signed into effect by the Trump administration, the U.S. presidential proclamation marked the first instance of any country recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. This is not new. The territory is viewed as part of Syria under international law, though it has been under an Israeli military occupation since the 1967 Arab-Israeli War. In 1981, Israel's government passed the Golan Heights Law, a de facto annexation of the territory.
In the Middle East on the basis of the fact that regime changes have never worked there. He's attacking, of all people, Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, who we showed you on the show yesterday, was very gracious in his assessment of Trump. He has a good heart. He's a good man. And here's why I don't agree with the Iran regime change efforts. He spoke about this very above board with Steve Bannon. Okay, a reporter caught Trump off guard at the G7 meeting. He's standing next to Keir Starmer, and they ask him to respond to something that Tucker never said. And here is what Trump says about Tucker Carlson. Take a listen.
How did you respond to Tucker Carlson criticizing you, saying that you were complicit in the war?
I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let him go get a television network and say it so the people listen.
And quickly, have you spoken to the...
In case you didn't hear him, he said, let Tucker Carlson go get a television network and say it there, and maybe people will listen. So I guess he's kind of trying to take a dig at Tucker Carlson, even though Tucker never took a dig at him, and implying that Tucker Carlson is no longer relevant because he's not on TV. And what does he do there? He just exposes himself for being out of touch. Really? You have to have a television network to be heard in America today? What next? Tucker Carlson, go get a fax machine? Go get a fax machine, Tucker Carlson. If you want people to read your messages. That's how I read that. Completely ridiculous. But he doubled down on this. He went on to Truth Social and he said, Tucker Carlson, who has maintained that we should not send our sons and daughters to die in another regime change war, since all of them have been a remarkable failure, at least for America, not for Israel. Trump tweets this, somebody please explain to kooky Tucker Carlson that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Now, if you're wondering, wait a minute, didn't Tulsi Gabbard literally just testify in March that Iran did not appear to be building a nuclear weapon? Yeah, she did. And Trump has this to say about Tulsi Gabbard, who is his director of national.
IDK, if someone says something that's right, I'm going to agree with it. I'm not just going to trash the source, really. But she's not saying anything right because, one, her analysis is incorrect here. She's omitting a bunch of things. She is shifting blame exclusively to Israel and trying to act like, again, Trump is this helpless baby boy. He's a helpless little boy that doesn't know what he's doing. It's only, or like that would be anti-war were it not for the damn Israelis, when that's not suggested by any, and she's exclusively focusing on his rhetoric instead of actually looking at the actions that he took in his first term, not just in Israel, but abroad, and how he approached foreign policy. She's ignoring that he was a warmongering piece of shit that did not actually commit to the anti-war rhetoric that he laid out to get people to vote for him in 2016. In fact, he escalated a bunch of conflicts.
Intelligence, you can just dismiss what she says, according to Trump. Take a listen.
Trump also warmongered about fucking Kim Jong-un, having nukes as well. He did the same stuff with North Korea. So there's some North Korea lobby that's controlling him. No. And that's not to discount or downplay the impact of AIPAC and the influence that it has on American politics and the way politicians treat Israeli policy that's obviously real. But all of this is just a smokescreen to basically let Trump off the hook and shift blame to like Jewish people. That's it.
Mr. President, you've always said that you don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon, but how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having.
What is that, guys? You don't care what your director of national intelligence is telling you? You don't care?
Like, if he was an anti-war president, he wouldn't have ripped up the JCPOA.
Because Bibi Netanyahu, called you up and said, yeah, we need a pretext for war. Like, we always need a pretext where we're constantly bombing and killing.
But, like, okay, who helped give Trump, or who helped give Israel that pretext?
People all the time were committing a Holocaust in Gaza. Could you just go up there and tell them they were building a nuclear bomb? They weren't. And there's been no evidence of that outside of Bibi Netanyahu's trust me, bro, because I guess you have to come up with something.
Yeah, she's infantilizing the president of the United States to create a narrative, pretty much.
To make people hysterical.
That's why she won't really alienate her audience over this, because it's not really, none of this is really a refutation of Trump. It's her encouraging Trump to do better. And it's just the Zionist occupied government or the Zog memes. That's it.
To believe that we have this never ending right to murder human beings. That's what it is. It's a carte blanche that has been handed to Israel to continually murder human beings in the Middle East, to use American soldiers to effect regime changes in the Middle East at the benefit of no one but Israel. Okay.
So you want her to go full Nick Fuentes by disavowing Trump? What does that do for anyone? One, if you're a sane person, you should be disavowing Trump and not liking Trump. But two, if I'm criticizing her for being an anti-Semite, why would I want her to move closer to the position of a Holocaust denier, notable anti-Semite in American media? What do you think I'm fucking saying? I'm obviously saying that this is just a cover for anti-Semitism. It's not some principled stand against, it's not some pacifist stance. It's another way of simping for Trump. I would rather these fucking grifters didn't exist in the first place, not that they move closer to Fuentes.
Okay, while they go, oh, well, we kept our hands clean. We didn't get involved in that one. Yeah, if you think we're stupid and we're not paying attention to what the results of all these wars have been, Bibi Netanyahu standing before Congress and demanding that we go to war with all these countries, and then we do it. And then they go, oh, we had nothing to do with that. We benefited, but that's just lucky. We benefited Syria. Yeah, we benefited Libya. Yeah, we benefited. That's just Iraq. Yeah, 9/11. But I don't know. We're just lucky that way. So right now, the lack of consistency, it is stunning to watch Trump do this. He's all over.
Hold on. Trump. If I put error campaigns, Syria, first term. I don't like to use AI overviews. But during his first term, President Trump authorized several air campaigns in Syria, the most notable being the Shayrat, I don't know how to say this, Shayrat missile strike in April 2017. The strike involved launching 59 Tomahawk cruise missiles at the Shayrat air base in retaliation for a chemical weapons attack. The attack was the first time the U.S. directly targeted Syrian government forces during the Syrian civil war. On the morning of April 7, 2017, the United States launched 59 cruise missiles from the Mediterranean Sea into Syria, aimed at the airbase controlled by the Syrian government. The strike was executed on the authorization of President Donald Trump as a response to the Khan Shaykhun chemical attack that occurred on April 4th. The strike was the first unilateral military action by the U.S. targeting the Syrian government during the Syrian civil war. President Trump stated shortly thereafter, "It is in this vital national security interest of the United States to prevent and deter the spread and use of deadly chemical weapons." Gee, who does that sound like? That literally sounds exactly like what Bibi's justification was for preemptively striking Iran. You can argue, obviously, there is an actual chemical threat of chemical weapons in this region, but trying to suggest that it's in the security interest of the United States to go about preventing the use of chemical weapons in this way by doing aerial bombardments and launching cruise missiles is a joke. The Syrian Air Force launched airstrikes against the rebels from the base only hours after the American attack. It was reported that advance warning was given to Russia, an ally of the Syrian government, by the U.S. prior to the missile strike.
my fellow Americans. On Tuesday, Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad launched a horrible chemical weapons attack on innocent civilians. Using a deadly nerve agent, Assad choked out the lives of helpless men.
You're saying she shouldn't cover for Trump. Fuentes disavowed Trump for the exact reasons you're criticizing her. Do you actually think that the reason why I'm upset is just because she won't disavow Trump? I also don't like conservatives. I fucking hate Republicans. I fucking hate conservatives. I fucking hate anti-Semites. I hate all of these people. There's nothing that they could do that is going to make, like, there's no person that they could disavow that's going to make me think, oh, these people are suddenly not right-wing grifters. They're right-wing grifters through and through. And she's not really disavowing Trump. Like, I'd rather her disavow it, but it wouldn't be serious. She would still be conservative, and then I'd still disagree with her. Because you know what you get when you have an anti-Trump Republican and Trump goes away? You have a Republican who I hate.
Women and children. It was a slow and brutal death for so many. Even beautiful babies were cruelly murdered in this very barbaric attack.
I'm talking about like humanitarian issues to justify like launching aero bombardments or whatever.
No child of God should ever suffer such horror. Tonight I ordered a targeted military strike on the airfield.
I care about babies and children. That's why I dropped missiles on their country or whatever.
In Syria, from where the chemical attack was launched. It is in this vital national security interest of the United States to prevent and deter the spread and use of deadly chemical weapons. There can be no dispute that Syria used banned.
So she's acting like, again,
9/11, we benefited, but that's just luck. All these countries, and then we do it, and then they go, oh, we had nothing to do with that. We benefited, but that's just lucky. We benefited Syria, yeah. We benefited Libya, yeah. We benefited. That's just Iraq, yeah. 9/11, but I don't know. We're just lucky.
Like again, she's talking about like Syria, like he wasn't involved in that.
Lucky that way. So right now, the lack of consistency, it is stunning to watch Trump do this. He's all over the place right now on social media. I mean, he initially signaled right away that America had nothing to do with what happened in Iran, that America was not going to get involved, that he was negotiating peace. Then he signaled that he didn't have any idea that the attack was coming, but also that he didn't.
It was a performative strike, nothing much really. Would you say the same thing about what Israel did? There's like really no such thing as like performative strikes. This will always be an escalation.
Know that the attack was coming. And now he's tweeting we. He's literally using we to describe what is happening in Iran right now. Let's just take a look at some of these tweets. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. Oh, well, hey, yeah, we've got our planes in the skies. Okay, American troops might die, but USA, 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 because our stuff is so good and good looking in the sky. The big bad American planes are in the sky. What does he think? We're stupid? And the people online that are trying to pretend that we are the ones betraying Trump for holding him accountable to his promises that he made to us when we voted for him, when we encouraged other people to vote for him.
Like, again, she never gave a shit about any of these other things.
You're pretending that we're the ones that are problematic? This level of gaslighting that's taking place. You got Laura Loomer out there saying, screenshot every tweet that's against.
Shouldn't matter if you dislike someone if they say something useful. Telling Americans to refuse to send their kids to the Middle East is useful. I'm accepting it. If you actually think that she has any sway with anybody on the left and like also keeps them left, or that there's an ally to be found, it's like, I have a bridge to sell you. That's not what happens with these people.
Donald Trump. Let me tell you something, sweetheart. You better start capturing Donald Trump's tweets.
Like, Candace Owens is a far-right audience. She doesn't have, like, a fucking normie audience or anything like that. She's not moving people closer to being pro-Palestine. She's not moving people closer to being critical of the Israeli government or of Zionism. She's not moving people to be generally like anti-war, like anti-intervention. It's none of that. She's just like shepherding people to be anti-Semitic.
They're going out.
And the reason how she gets it is because, again, people like you fall for it because they can't see that this is clearly just dog whistles and it's not a principled stance against money in politics or the influence of lobbying in America or being principally anti-war or a pacifist. It's because you see her go, Israel bad, Trump bad because he's not holding to his promises, but like actually listen and pay attention to the things that she's saying and the way that she is deflecting blame from Trump, trying to scapegoat Jews, trying to say it's all Israel, and trying to suggest that this is a departure from Trump's rhetoric and the actions of his first administration when it's not. It's a continuation of it. But they get people in by being superficially like, wow, I don't really agree with much that she says, but she sure does say Israel bad. There are much better people that say the same thing to ally with. This person just gets people to the far right. That's it.
Right now,
because she doesn't move anyone further left.
Seem pretty against Donald Trump's ideas of yesteryear.
I mean, she is being anti-Israel. I know, but she's not. That's where it starts and ends. That's it. She agrees with Trump on every single other thing. She will still vote for Trump again. She will still support the MAGA movement. She will still support the Republican Party. She just needs to make it clear that there needs to be a place for her within it. Israel is bad, LMAO. I know, but you're brain dead to think that that's the only, like, to seal clap just because somebody says that.
Here. That's all I'm saying.
Like, Nick Fuentes says Israel is bad. Does that mean Nick Fuentes should be brought into, like, the pro-Palestine movement? Like, you think that Candace will be used as the useful idiot for the pro-Palestine movement, or Nick Fuentes will be? And it's like, no, they're not going to be good for the movement. They're just trying to bring you into their movement.
Everything that he said, every bit of BS that he calling out.
Like, in that situation, the viewers are the useful idiots. It's not Candace Owens. Candace Owens knows exactly what she's doing. Nick Fuentes knows exactly what she's doing.
Neocons, the people that were on the face of the Never Trump movement, he's now aligned with all of them. Everyone who hated him and called him Adolf Hitler, he's now locked arm in arm with them. Yeah, he agrees with Nikki Haley, the Lindsey Grahams. He agrees with every single person that we had to fight on his behalf to allow him to hold the office that he is holding. Yeah, he now agrees with all of them. And we're problematic. Now we are presumably the kooks. I mean, it's ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. And it should infuriate you to a certain level if you are invested in the idea that politics can be the answer. And the truth is that it can't. It really can't. And I have not been so stressed because, as all of you have noted, I have pulled away increasingly from politics and have been calling out the left and the right because it's become apparent to me that both sides lie. Am I a little surprised by Trump? Yeah, I am, especially because it's just so soon and so fast and so obvious as he's talking about.
Like, she is a moron. The fact that she would actually say that with a straight face, I can't believe Trump's not actually anti-war. Like, you're a moron.
Building hotels, the Trump hotel to be built in the Gaza Strip while there are literally children starving today there. What kind of a tweet is that? I mean, like, it's just...
Thank you for subscribing, Sexy Jedi.
I get it that Miriam Adelson gave you $100 million. That's a lot of money.
So you're clapping at Candace Owens for saying Israel bad without understanding any of the subtext or the other stuff that she's saying. I know. It's like praising Steve Bannon because he criticizes elites, or praising Tucker Carlson or whatever, because every now and then they'll say like some populist shit or Israel bad or corporations bad or whatever, but they're not actually, it's not like a principled thing. And I mean, if you want to pollute the pro-Palestine movement, let it be infected with these anti-Semites. It will be the like actual anti-Semites like Candace Owens. That's not exaggeration. That's not hyperbole. That's not, oh, she's just criticizing Israel, but then they try to call her an anti-Semite. No, she is a genuine anti-Semite. She's literally liked Groyper posts that have accused like rabbis of drinking Christian blood again and that kind of shit, like actual blood libel stuff. It would be a gift to the pro-Israel, like pro-Zionist lobby to have people like this, or the Jake Shields of the world, that say pro-Palestine shit in between all of their like JQ posting and like Nazi posting, to be able to say, see, they don't really care about Palestinians. It's just an agenda for anti-Semitism. That's it. It will instantly be even more discredited.
But man, have some dignity, man. Have a little bit of respect for the human beings that are still dying and have been being bombed for 2 years. 2 entire years, they have been effectively carpet bombed. And you and Jared Kushner are out there talking about building hotels and what an impressive real estate portfolio you might have if people began to see Gaza.
The pro-Palestine movement is already treated that way. Yeah, but do you think adding an actual anti-Semite to it helps fight those accusations or makes it worse? What do you think? Do you think Nick Fuentes and Jake Shields and that Blitzerian guy being at the front of it, do you think that helps it or hurts it?
As an investment, all we have to do is murder these people. And what's quite stunning, I want to add to this, is you reflect on it, and I think there's something like 1 million adults in Gaza. With the amount of money that we have given Israel, other countries have given Israel, the amount of...
Polluting the pro-Palestine movement, you're talking about a movement that hasn't accomplished anything as of note. One, that's not true. But the thing is that she's making it caustic for people in the Democratic base to actually advocate for their elected representatives, senators, etc., to push for the pro-Palestine movement when you have people like this that try to be affiliated with it.
Money that is spent on the bombs that they are dropping, that are being manufactured on the behalf of Israel. They could have just gone to every Palestinian family and offered them money for their homes, right? Think about that. They could have just gone and said, hey, I'm going to give you $1 million for your home because this is a nice piece of real estate. But they chose to murder them. They are choosing to carpet bomb them, to gaslight the American people, and to refer to us as anti-Semites for noticing the Holocaust. They are choosing evil, death, and destruction, while at the same time demanding that you recognize that these are God's chosen people. So did Trump betray his base? Did Trump betray his mandate? Well, Dave Smith definitely thinks so. This is what he had to say over on Breaking Points. Take a listen.
Yeah, Donald Trump, listen, man, I supported him this last year. I apologized for doing so. It was
Israel becoming an isolated country and disliked by even Western countries' populations. I'd say that's an accomplishment. I wouldn't go so far as to say that it's becoming like even disliked by Western countries, but the fact that even Western countries are willing to come out and signal that they are critical of Israeli actions is a departure from policy, because there would have been a time not that long ago where they could have gone away with all of this shit and had probably most Western nations standing hand in hand in unison, like there would have been no breaking them of that. It's becoming an isolated country, but it's been more talk than like action. Like there needs to be more, once there's like more sanctions and stuff, and once countries are not willing to really embrace them as an ally, I would say like or like divest, that's when you'll see more like concrete wins.
a bad calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one. But he should be impeached and removed for this one, and not on some not on some ridiculous Nancy Pelosi. Of course, the Congress will never do it because they're all a bunch of corrupt hacks.
This is the one thing they support. This is like
Donald Trump should be impeached and removed for this. All of his supporters should turn on him. It's the absolute betrayal of everything that he ran and campaigned on and everything that he stood for. And I will say, despite the fact that...
I mean, I respect this, but again, you were a moron to actually fall for the fact that Trump said that he was running as an anti-war cabinet. It's not like we had a whole first administration to compare it to see if he actually really meant that or if he was just saying that to get elected.
Donald Trump supporters have been labeled like a cult.
Like the only thing, he said that he's anti-war in the same campaign cycle where he said, with respect to Gaza, finish them, which is exactly what he proceeded to do as soon as he got in office.
Following, and that certainly is true for a percentage of his supporters. He is going to lose his coalition over this.
Western governments aren't actually changing their stance on Israel. It's mostly young people. Yeah, it's slow. It's slow. But seeing I know this sounds like, oh, that doesn't really mean anything, but the fact that you had months ago, you had people like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer being willing to say that Netanyahu needs to go. I realize, again, the bar is in hell. That's extremely low, but I'm telling you, those types of shifts and changes were unthinkable. Just more than 20 months ago, that would have been something that would have never happened.
I know I don't just speak for myself when I say there are a lot of us who simply will not go along with this. So it's just a devastating mistake. By the way, on top of that, he's also going to lose the deportation fight because of this. Because right now he needed all the political capital he could have to turn.
See, Dave Smith is somebody who it's Dave Smith is not an anti-Semite. He's just a dumbass. And you could welcome into sure, if you want to join the left and fucking be a leftist or whatever, hell yeah, brother, go for it. You could have seen this earlier, but you saw the light now, and I'm not going to begrudge you too much for not seeing it earlier, right? It's better late than never. But Candace Owens, no, it's disingenuous.
That, you got a majority support for deportations, but the minority is very mobilized and they're out and they're protesting all around the country. He needed all of his political capital for that move. So here's what we got. The neocon.
All these people coming out against Trump are the same ones that got on the grift train because all they could see is dollar signs for bending the knee. Now they see, oh, maybe his policies are unpopular, so they jump as quick as possible to save face. Yep.
Win. More war abroad and, bomb the world and invite the world. No matter who you vote for, you always get John McCain.
It is. And I did not vote for the party of John McCain, okay? And like I said, you're not going to gaslight me into believing that it was an act of my own betrayal and deceit, okay? And not that it just seems to be that every politician is always in line with whatever demonic ambitions that Israel has. It's nonstop war all the time, which they are demanding. Nonstop, okay? And there's a lot that I want to say here about reflecting on these last couple of years and things that didn't make sense at the time, the attacks.
Because again, if she were more anti-Israel, there have been instances where the United States has defied the Israel lobby. It's been rare. It doesn't happen often. But it's not a for sure thing. And sometimes I think people it's like the Israeli lobby is very, very powerful. And I don't want to understate that. But I also don't think that people should ignore the instances where the United States has successfully defied it, which is funny because it comes back to Iran because the JCPOA. AIPAC spent $22 million trying to prevent Democrats and Republicans from voting for the JCPOA. So the fact that they get this historic piece of legislation passed, then Trump rips it up, and that's completely left out of this is annoying to me.
On Christ is King, the obvious infiltration that was taking place. And let's be very clear, the neocons won. The neocons won. They have
like when American parties and Democrats and politicians don't feel like Israel's geopolitical interests aligned with the United States, they will defy them.
Created successfully the MAGA movement. And I don't know if it was ever, I'm questioning myself here, was it ever about the farmers? Was it ever about the ranchers? Was it ever about the veterans? Did they ever care about any of that stuff? Or what is that just the rhetoric that you use to secure votes?
Yes, it is. It's the rhetoric every single politician uses to secure votes. Like, I don't even deny that Joe Biden did this. Joe Biden said, I'm working tirelessly day and night for a ceasefire that he wasn't working tirelessly nor day and night for.
I want to answer
to get votes because he saw it was becoming unpopular and more untenable to support Israel, but he didn't want to drop Israel. So instead he just changed his rhetoric and tried to continue working with the Israelis.
I want to get to this clip of Jordan Peterson that was floating around the internet, which I wanted to respond to while I was on maternity leave. But first, speaking of farmers and ranchers, if you have not yet heard about River Bend Ranch, it is time that...
So you were against her because you think she is an anti-Semite. Was that unclear? And I don't think she's an anti-Semite. I know she is an anti-Semite.
You did. I am not kidding. Like, everybody's got their steak. I'm usually a sirloin person. I have never in my entire life had a better steak than the steak that I enjoyed from River Bend.
Okay, lady.
Code. I want to tell you guys about the Little Catholic. You know how much I love them. It's time to upgrade your Catholic jewelry collection. If you love beautiful, meaningful pieces, check out the Little Catholic because...
Oh my God. 2 ads in a row, this bitch.
Code Candace25 for handmade Catholic jewelry that lasts. All right, you guys, I would now like to get into the final piece of this because the puzzle was emerging. Like I said, our guts. And I'm not, like I said, the Candace Owens was right, Jar. It's meaningless because it was also obvious. You just had to be paying attention. Like, there was nothing noble about me seeing Iran around the corner. Bibi's insane. He's unhinged. He says everything, and they're bad at it. Like I said yesterday, Generation 9/11 has grown up. But there was an element of this that I couldn't quite understand, which was this random incursion that we saw on the declaration of Christ as King.
She's playing the I was duped card, but a way of saying you were wrong. LOL, at least Dave Smith had the balls. Yeah.
This was something that caught me so off guard, obviously, and how I somehow became the nucleus of this debate, a worldwide trend over Christ as King, an unhinged level of commitment to getting Christians to admit or to admit that, well, you can say Christ is king, but not if a Jewish person is offended by it. Like sometimes it can be said and it's anti-Semitic. That was a bridge too far for a lot of people, and we could not comprehend where it was coming from. Now we can. I think we can. So I saw this moment which went viral while I was on maternity leave. Jordan Peterson went on to Jubilee. Jubilee is, and I wanted to give credit to Jordan Peterson. I didn't watch the full 2 hours of his Jubilee appearance. I know how exhausting Jubilee can be. You are surrounded by 20 people who hate you. And so I was willing to defer to that, to say, okay, well, he might have just been tired. But this clip, after he had played a part of a report alongside about 20 other Jewish people to declare that Christ is King is anti-Semitic. And now he goes and puts himself as a
all of this talking about like Christ is King, being able to like say this and like getting accused of anti-Semitism is like obviously just like this religious thing for her.
Christian debating 20 atheists. We got to pay attention to this. So this he's coming up against one of these college students who's pressing him on what this college student believes is his Catholic faith, because why else would you sign up to debate 20 atheists as a Christian? Take a listen to this.
Are you familiar?
Just didn't understand it.
Are you familiar with the Immaculate Conception?
Why is that relevant?
Because you go to a Catholic church, don't you? Or you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you?
Sure.
All right. Are you familiar with their doctrines?
Somewhat.
Okay. You're
their
familiar.
Doctrines are very
How do they
deep.
regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean
either you're a Christian or you're not.
Either
you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something, you are.
I'm not saying everything she says about the issue is right, but certain things are. I know, but like, how do I explain this? It's like, okay, it's like the people that go out of their way to praise like Andrew Tate because he tells men that they should be exercising. It's like, I'm not disagreeing or disputing that exercise is good for you and that it can help with depression or that it's good for young men or that it's good to be healthy. I don't dispute that, but it's not a particularly novel observation. And there are better people that have less baggage and are not bigots that say those exact same things. It's not really like a factual disagreement. It's more of like it's like a framing, or it's like when I see people saying that's why they praise people like that. It's like, okay, but why Andrew Tate saying that? You know,
you're really quite nothing, right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
Would have been the easiest ever question ever. I mean, to answer, are you a Christian? Yes, I am a Christian. Yes, obviously I should be a Christian if I am producing reports about whether or not saying Christ is King is fringe and anti-Semitic. I would hope that I would be a Christian if I was doing rounds on, as he did, doing rounds on the mainstream media, on the Fox News network, and sitting down with Joe Rogan to discuss this, Christ is King, to dedicate my time to that. It seems so odd, right? I think I just felt like it was odd. And I say this again, I don't have any ill will towards Jordan Peterson. I would sit down with him tomorrow. If he sees this, sit down. I'd love to talk about this. And I considered what we are looking at. And the picture is now so clear to me that all of this, like that became the litmus test, right? For these people who were so behind this radical effort to make Americans think you cannot question anything Israel does. The ultimate litmus test for that, to make sure that you had Christians in check, to make sure that the Spirit of Christ would not come over them, that a Christian would not say, hey, it actually isn't okay to murder innocent women and children for 2 years. And to justify this, it's unjustifiable. And so what is the last argument Israel uses? We're God's chosen. This was the litmus test of the God's chosen. Okay, do you get what I'm saying here? Like, we are so chosen that when it defies common sense, when it is so obviously wrong, so obviously murderous, so obviously immoral, and amoral, and it is so obviously demonic, what we're going to throw at you is, well, we're God's chosen. And so we need good little Christians to get in line. And the best way to test that is to tell them that, anti-Semitism is so crazy and so out of control leading up to this Iran war, which is unjustifiable and is murderous and is awful and is demonic, that even saying Christ is King.
So you label her that because she says things that we are not, quote unquote, allowed to say, but yet those things she says is still true. Okay, I have to assume you clicked on my stream because you think I'm like some Candace stan or something like that.
You guys can say it. No, we're good with that. It's fine. But you can admit that sometimes that could be a little fringe. Again, I look at that trying.
It's like, obviously there's a culture of people weaponizing anti-Semitism to silence critical discussion about Israel or the impact or like the influence, of like the AIPAC lobby in the United States or whatever. But this is the rare instance where that is not an exaggeration. She is an actual anti-Semite. She is an actual bigoted, hateful person.
To declare that as a form of the dark tetrad or whatever was the dark triad, and psychopaths who are occupying the fringes are taking over to obtain power. I now look at that in retrospect and recognize that no, it was psychopaths that were trying to obtain power and were going through this ridiculous route to do it. And they were looking at Christians for a reason. Because if you are a real Christian, you cannot justify what is happening in Gaza. You can't. You know you can't. You cannot justify giving this nation a carte blanche to annex, as they are about to do in the West Bank, at the behest of Miriam Adelson, for them to rape soldiers, not even to rape soldiers, to rape detainees who they say they can hold on to forever. You cannot consistently keep justifying what Israel has done and is doing. And that is what overcame me. It is obviously the spirit of Christ to understand that you can't keep doing this. You can't murder children and put it in a box and say that that's what God wants. That's just stupid beyond anything else. That's stupid. Okay? So spare me your theology. Give me your common sense. That's dumb. It is dumb to suggest that murdering children is what God wants. And that's what they've been doing. And they needed good little Christians to get in line. So they need to figure out which ones wouldn't. And along came Candace Owens. Oh my gosh, we'll have to do a report. And then the other Christians will see they shouldn't declare Christ is king. Christ is king, buddy. We're saying it now. We're saying it forever. And we see.
Who watches this shit, man? Republicans and Democrats are two wings of the same bird. No war is one of the primary reasons I voted for Trump. I am becoming increasingly disappointed. Stay strong, Candace and Tucker. It's like these people are not about to become like Democratic voters or like stan AOC any day soon. They just like won't vote. That's better than them not to. I mean, I'd rather them not vote or whatever, but they're not becoming progressive or seeing that the right is just selling you a bunch of bullshit to get your vote. It's not that. Free America from AIPAC. Thank you, Candace, for being our voice. I was the biggest fan of Donald Trump, and I will continue to be until the first American dies in this obvious war. There's nothing to do with the United States. It's obvious that Kash Patel has been compromised. Now President Trump, it's like, dude, Kash Patel hasn't been compromised. He was always going to be anybody who was put into the fucking to the Trump administration is there to do his dirty work. It is a sad day for us all knowing that we are neither a democracy or a republic. It appears we're an oligarchy and the common person has no voice. I admire you greatly, Candace. Again, this person is talking about like correctly being like, we live in an oligarchy. The common person has no voice. They started this off with like, I was a huge fan of Donald Trump. Again, a literal billionaire. Because he spoke to the working man.
What you're doing, because all of these people were also aligned with radical Zionism. And it's always been radical. The irony that they say people in Iran are fanatical, right? Oh my gosh, guys, you understand? This is how scary these Islamists can get. It's fanatic. The faith is fanatic. At the same time, justifying Zionism, which is at its core an ideology that says that because we're God's chosen, we can murder and take and steal whatever we want. It at the same time says the United Nations gave us this land, but also ignore the United Nations and the ICC because they now think that we're murderous and crazy. The logic is just, it's unbelievable. It's all over the place. They can't streamline it because none of it makes sense. Yesterday, Israel has a right to defend itself. Today, Iran doesn't have a right to defend itself because it's a preemptive strike. So they have a right to both strike and to defend themselves, and nobody can do anything unless risk being called an anti-Semite. I'm done with that. I'd like to wrap that party up.
What did somebody ask me? My chat, somebody asked like, so you label her that because she says things we're not allowed to say at this, but she doesn't. She's not a truth teller. Hold on. Candace Owens, like anti-Semitic shit. Okay, here. This was published July 10th, 2024. Candace Owens calls Mengele's Holocaust experiments bizarre propaganda and latest anti-Semitic scandal. Controversial podcaster Candace Owens sparked fresh accusations of anti-Semitism after calling the gruesome medical experiments performed during the Holocaust by notorious Nazi Dr. Joseph Mengele bizarre propaganda. Owens, who parted ways with the Daily Wire earlier this year after reportedly feuding with co-founder Ben Shapiro over Israel and anti-Semitism, launched into her head-scratching Holocaust diatribe during her podcast Tuesday. The Nazis experimented on innocent people, Owens began. Some of the stories, by the way, sound completely absurd. They just cut up a human up and sewed them back together. She wondered, why would you do that? Owens went on to say that literally, even if you're the most evil person in the world, that's a tremendous waste of time and supplies. That just sounds like bizarre propaganda, she concluded. So this is like literally Holocaust revisionism. This is not like exaggerated, like that like Mengele tortured people. That is true. That's not some lie to play up the tragedy of the Holocaust. That is something that actually happened. Owens apparently disregarded the well-documented atrocities conducted by Mengele, the SS physician who earned the moniker Angel of Death for his gruesome experiments on inmates at Nazi concentration camps, including Auschwitz. Historians and researchers of the Holocaust have reported that Mengele conducted experiments on twins by amputating their limbs as well as blood transfusions, forced insemination, and injecting them with diseases.
And by the way, I want to say this to you guys because many of you are waking up and you are perhaps on the same journey that I have been on for the last 2 years, looking around and going, what is this? Because I used to be a Zionist because I just never understood really what they were doing.
Wait, can I say something? Oh, I'm sorry. I just saw it. No chat going. She's still ignoring the only person typing. You're not the only person typing. Why don't you take a look at my screen? I have people in both chats, but you can just say whatever you want. I will look at it. But I was reading an article.
By, the public school, the public school education, which is teaching us nothing but to be brainwashed. Hollywood movies, which, like I said, made us always feel like no matter what, make sure you defend Jewish people. They could never do anything wrong. And
Omni turns out a known anti-Semite and grifter. They burned their credibility. Okay, well, chill. Hold on. Hold on. There are people who genuinely do not know who Candace Owens is. And so if their first exposure to her is just going to be the Israel bad stuff, and they think, wow, based or whatever, she's pro-Palestine because they're not really like paying attention. That's the whole point of people like this and how they get people radicalized and swept up into their anti-Semitic hellhole is because superficially what they're saying just sounds like criticisms of Zionism or Israel. But if you actually continue like listening and read between the lines of what she is implying, it is not a principled criticism of Israel, Zionism, being anti-war, being pacifist or whatever. That's the purpose of why she dog whistles in the way that she does, is to come off like she's making reasonable criticisms, but it's to cloak a more nefarious agenda. And the point is to dupe people.
What really became a turning point for me was recognizing
Candace Owens pretty heavy Republican, right? Most stuff. Yeah, she pretends like, oh, I'm not a Republican, I'm an independent, but she defends literally everything that MAGA does.
I didn't even know the beginning of the 1948 story. I had assumed that the world would have been moral enough so as, even if the United Nations and the UK determined via the Balfour Declaration that, hey, war happens and now we're giving this and we're establishing Israel, I had assumed that they would have done that morally, that they would have said, here is the money for the home that you have lived in for thousands of years.
Were some based anti-Israel people on the left? Do you mean like commentators or like Twitter people? Because I can give you both.
The property that you have lived in, here is money for that, but you have to go. That's not what happened. I mean, the Bella Hadid story is stunning.
Bella Hadid story is stunning.
Holding up signs about World War II saying, please, we're refugees, let us into your home. And the Palestinians opened their doors to them. This is the story of Muhammad Hadid and Bella Hadid. Yeah, the model, Gigi Hadid. He was an infant. His mother had just given birth. They allowed these refugees, these Polish refugees, to live in their homes as refugees because they wanted to help them following a world war. And then one day they came back to their house.
Did you block me? I didn't block you, the one and only Pipsqueak. You're like, I can literally reply to you.
And the doors were locked. They came home, the doors were locked, and guns were being held, and they were told, leave right now, or some soldiers are going to come murder you. Do you guys understand? Just go through that in your head. Wherever it is that you live right now in the world, imagine your family has lived on that land for hundreds and hundreds of years. That this has been your home for hundreds of years. And then you say, oh, you know what? The Ukrainian war's happening right now. I feel really bad. I'm going to allow a Ukrainian to live in my house, maybe here in Tennessee, live in my house.
Yeah, content creators. I'd probably say for like best, like on Twitter, History Speaks is really good. Kyle Kalinske is pretty good on pro-Palestine. Sometimes he does some dumb foreign policy takes that I don't always agree on him with, but for the most part, he's good. Did I say Mehdi Hassan? Like Ryan Grimm, Jeremy Scahill for the most part, Majority Report. Let me write up a list. I'm terrible at coming up with people off the top of my head.
And you allow them and you share with them, and you do this out of the kindness of your heart, right? Because you are being taken over perhaps by the Spirit of Christ and charity. And one day you come back to your house and the doors are locked, and those refugees that you let in are telling you that if you try to open that door, you are going to die. That is how the land was given to them. That is a fact. No one can dispute that. There was no money. There was no trade. There was no
Not only Pipsqueak, I am banning you because you're just spamming.
Conversation. They were effectively hijacked in their own homes. So the entire story of
I did not block you. I do not know why you keep saying like I'm not paying attention or whatever. I'm like, you're never replied.
Israel has been immoral, okay? And it has really hinged upon our ignorance. We have all been ignorant, and it's time to stop. Because once you know the truth, now it is your burden to carry, okay? If you are truly ignorant and you support something, as I did, back when I was a Zionist, hitting the ground, talking about Israel, tweeting about Israel and how we must support Israel, then that's okay. That's going to be acceptable, because one day we're all going to have to account before our Creator. I have to hope that that is going to be acceptable, that it was truly ignorance and I believed that I was doing the right thing. But you now know this is not the right thing. And if you keep doing that, thing out of fear, all right, out of, I don't know, a jerk knee reaction because you're scared of being canceled. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be you when you meet your maker. I wouldn't want to be you when you have to stand before the Lord and account for what you allowed to take place, because those children are dying. They are being burned to death. They had been carpet bombed. The access to those images, it's at your fingertips. And to the people who really do believe that God's chosen people rape, murder, destroy, pillage, lie, deceive, blackmail, Jeffrey Epstein, all of our politicians, buy, purchase, threaten, manipulate. Goodness, you may really want to crack open a Bible if you think
the way she says Israeli, I can't hear unless she's doing a thing.
That those are the signs of God's chosen people. Shoot presidents in broad daylight.
Candace gets so creepy when she starts preaching like this. I mean, it is weird. She's like a fundy, basically.
Yeah, no. It shouldn't take you a theology course. You just take a little bit of common sense to tell you that no, that is not what God's chosen people do. God's chosen people were, as it was prophesied, Christ was going to come.
It's not anti-Semitic to question things about history, especially if there's signs of manipulation of that same history. So what signs of manipulation do you see with respect to the Holocaust at ZStream64? Or what information did this podcaster, Candace Owens, expose you to that's true that historians didn't already know about? Because I agree, it's not anti-Semitic to question things. It's not anti-Semitic to have to want to understand more about historical events. It is the way that you present that information, and are you actually being scrupulous with the facts, because there are actually answers to the questions that you want to know about. But she is not interested in any of that. She is just interested in promoting anti-Semitism and framing it under the guise of, I'm just asking questions, but she's not just asking questions.
God's chosen people, it was prophesied. And guess what they did when Christ came? They followed him. And at the moment that you followed Christ and became a Christian, you didn't become unchosen. Christians are the chosen people, because Christians, real Christians, not the ones who have been baptized in the liturgy of the Holocaust and are defending these demonic actions, but the ones who are willing to take being maimed and caricatured and smeared and lied about to say something that is true, which is that we're not pro-life sometime, okay? We're pro-life all the time. Life is precious, and murder is never okay. Yeah, I think that it should be abundantly obvious at this moment in time, at this moment in history, who God's chosen actually are. And it ain't the Polish Bibi Netanyahu. If there's ever been to me any
Mr. Wonderful
person
here
that I would say most clearly represents the synagogue of Satan, it would be that man and maybe Rabbi Shmuley, who, by the way, They're all in locked up now, you know? Rabbi Shmuley, if you're
This shit gets 500,000 views in 7 hours.
Rabbi Shmuley, and you think you're on the good side, you may want to reevaluate your life. And that's all I'm going to say about that topic. Before I get to some of your comments, please excuse my rant. I do want to tell you more and remind you about Anyone.io. For years, I've been... Owens. Okay, I would love to see your comments.
Yeah, perfect time for a state commercial. I'm often saying this as I'm watching a right-wing channel.
See what you guys have to say today. And we have first the former Democrat. She writes, I did not vote for this. Going to war with Iran will irretrievably fracture the Republican Party. Most of us conservatives will stay home during midterms and 2028. President Trump, please do not become Israel's bitch. Well said. Jake Johnson writes, we're not falling for the same lies that got us into Iraq again. Trump was elected to end wars. This is a betrayal. Yes, of course it is. And the reality is Israel has never had the bodies or the money to defend themselves. So this whole Israel's right to defend itself, it's never itself. It's all America, and all the other nations have to rise up to defend Israel. And that's usually because of a very intricate system of blackmail that they employ. And when you can't ask questions about Jeffrey Epstein or JFK files and all that, it's like, this is a nonsense, guys. Come on. Incoherent writes, Candace, we appreciate you sticking with truth no matter who says it. We all voted for Trump here, but he isn't perfect and omnipotent. It is our duty to keep him honest. Yes, of course. And anyone telling you otherwise, please stop listening to them.
It's our duty to keep Donald Trump honest. Like, the idea that, one, they're going to be able to hold Donald Trump to account, he is accountable to no one, is funny. But two, like, oh, Trump's just made a little misstep. Trump's just, like, done a little oopsie here. Poor him. Okay.
Like, please stop listening to someone who is telling you that you don't have to be upset about the fact that you voted for someone because they said they were going to do something and then they didn't do it. They're like, it doesn't matter. Like, he decides what it is at any moment of any day. Like, that's insane. That is crazy talk. Rick Don writes, we told y'all about Trump. You guys were blind. Stop trying to own the Dems and wake up to the fact that both sides play us. Trump's play here, for example, his crypto coin, his cell phone, the Gaza plans could be seen a mile away. I don't know who we are that told y'all about Trump and who was blind. I think I don't regret voting for him because between him and Kamala, I felt that he was the stronger option and it is our duty to vote. But I did not, like I said, I did not foresee him playing us this quickly.
Wow. Who could have seen that? Who could have seen that coming?
Despite taking money from Miriam Adelson, which was a major indication. And of course, him also visiting the grave of Schneerson, who was a radical messianic Zionist who believes that the vision is messianic for Israel. And by the way, I want to say, take a pause here to say, it's alarming that Trump is sharing this because he can't justify what he's doing. He can't justify why there are American planes in the Iranian skies. So he's sharing, and I think this is a marker of his own insecurity about what he is doing, a message that he received from Mike Huckabee, who is the ambassador to Israel, former Senator Mike Huckabee, ambassador to Israel, who sent Trump this message.
This quickly, so you knew he would play you at some point then. What the fuck is that logic? I know. Like, it was known that these people were like donors to Trump. If she had an issue with it, she wouldn't have voted for him in the first place. She's like, gosh darn, I'm so disappointed that Trump, who took millions of dollars from a notable American Zionist, got into office and started to do shit that was favorable to Israel. Who could have seen this coming? That's even, again, leaving aside the first administration. The first term.
He writes, Mr. President, and Trump shared this, by the way. Mr. President, God spared you in Butler, Pennsylvania to be the most consequential president in a century, maybe ever. The decisions on your shoulders, I would not want to be made by anyone else. You have many voices speaking to you, sir, but there was only one voice that matters, his voice. I am your appointed servant in this land, he's in Israel, and I'm available for you, but I do not try to get in your presence often because I trust your instincts. No president in my lifetime has been in a position like yours, not since Truman in 1945. I don't reach out to persuade you, only to encourage you. I believe you will hear from heaven, and that voice is far more important than mine or anyone else's. You sent me to Israel to be your eyes, ears, and voice, and to make sure our flag flies above our embassy. My job is to be the last one to leave. I will not abandon this post. Our flag will not come down. You did not seek this moment. This moment sought you. It is my honor to serve you.
This fucking like stream of consciousness is supposed to be inspiring.
Mike Huckabee, generally speaking, a nice message from Mike Huckabee, but the implication there is that, like, you know, this is God's design, Trump. So just do what you want to do and ignore everything because God wants you to be doing this. And it troubles me because this has essentially been the long-lasting Israeli argument that this is all messianic, that this is just how it's going to be, and this is what God wants: destruction, death, the death of Americans, all so that Israel can imperialize and get more power over the world. And that is not something that makes sense. And if Trump is tweeting this as like, oh, well, yeah, God's going to speak to me. No, I don't think that God told you to send American planes to Iran. I don't think so. I think Miriam Adelson, $100
Speaking
million
in tongues,
to do that. But what do I know? I'm taking a guess here. I don't think you had a vision about it. No, I don't know if
like there's a Guardian article from, it's like, I'm pretty sure it's hearsay, but hold on. Guardian, George Bush, God told me to invade Iraq. This is from, again, she doesn't like neocons, right? But the point of this is like, George Bush, God told me to end the tyranny in Iraq. President told Palestinians God also talked to him about Middle East peace. This was in 2000. This article was published in Friday, October 7th. Weird. 2005. George Bush has claimed he was on a mission from God when he launched the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq, according to a senior Palestinian politician in an interview to be broadcast by the BBC later this month. Mr. Bush revealed the extent of his religious fervor when he met a Palestinian delegation during the Israeli-Palestinian summit at the Egyptian resort of Sharm el-Sheikh 4 months after the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq in 2003. One of the delegates, Nabil Shaath, who was a Palestinian foreign minister at the time, said, President Bush said to all of us, I am driven with a mission from God. God would tell me, George, go and fight these terrorists in Afghanistan. And I did. And then God would tell me, George, go and end the tyranny in Iraq. And I did. Mr. Bush went on, and now I feel God's words coming to me. Go get the Palestinians their state and get the Israelis their security and get peace in the Middle East. And by God, I'm going to do it. Mr. Bush, who became a born-again Christian at 40, is one of the most overtly religious leaders to occupy the White House, a fact which brings him much support in Middle America. Soon after, the Israeli daily newspaper Haaretz carried a Palestinian transcript of the meeting containing a version of Mr. Bush's remarks, but the Palestinian delegation was reluctant publicly to acknowledge its authenticity. The BBC persuaded Mr. Shaath to go on record for the first time for a 3-part series on Israeli-Palestinian diplomacy, Elusive Peace, which begins on Monday. Religion also surfaced as an issue when Mr. Bush and Tony Blair were reported to have prayed together in 2002 at his ranch at Crawford, Texas, the summit at which the invasion of Iraq was agreed in principle. Mr. Blair has consistently refused to admit or deny the claim. So the entire time this bitch is yapping about, like Zog, it's like, she's obviously talking about like anti-Semitic Jewish cabals. One, you're completely downplaying the impact of like Christian Zionism, for one. Two, Donald Trump is a Christian and he's the one at the helm of all of this. 3, we literally have examples of Republican leaders who she'll say that she doesn't like. Fine. Again, she doesn't like George Bush or whatever. I believe her when she says she doesn't like George Bush. But it would never even think to criticize, to see this as like Christian fundamentalism, or to the extent that she would acknowledge it. She's like, yeah, but that's good because Christianity is good. Even though if you were actually being a consistent critic of this, you would be opposed to anybody taking any military actions, offensive certainly, in the name of a god or in the name of a religion. And again, as this article points out, George Bush, really one of the most religious presidents. Same with Joe Biden. But Joe Biden's Zionism is not like rooted in Catholic doctrine, because that's not really a thing. But, she won't say anything about that. That there is a tradition within this country and globally of Christian Zionists supporting Israel for their own reasons. Again, he's like a born again. He's basically an evangelical Christian. And she is a diehard Christian nationalist, like Fundy herself pretty much, but she wouldn't see any issue with this, even though 30 years ago, you have this president that's saying, in the name of Jesus Christ, I am waging a war in the Middle East.
Last time you've been to church, last time you've attended mass, I could bet that given the fact that there are so many...
She literally criticized the Iraq war in this video, but she did not criticize the fact that, can you believe that George Bush, one of the justifications for waging that war was using Christianity as a front for it? As a Christian, I'm disgusted by that. She didn't do any of that.
Zionist in your cabinet, that you've attended a lot of those meetings, given your speak about what you could do with the Gaza property while these children are still starving. I don't know. That would be my guess. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm happy to be proven wrong. I've been wrong before. LG19 writes, serious question, will there be jobs or community military members can join when I get a dishonorable discharge for not contributing to delete people or my body for the interests of a certain foreign nation benefit? I love this question. I do believe that if war in Iran is on the agenda, and that appears so, get dishonorably discharged. Who cares? Who cares? Why should you go die in a foreign land? You now have the benefit of 2020. You can see, think about those men and those women who died because they were pitched that they were serving their country because there were weapons of mass destruction, right? They were serving their country because the Taliban, they were serving their country, whatever, and these people gave up their lives. And ask yourselves, for what? And the answer to that question is for the elites. They're like toy soldiers. And I would have said a few weeks ago that Trump would never do that to you. He would never just throw you into an Israeli war. But right now, our planes are flying.
Like, you're a moron. She is how stupid. Like, the fact that, like, she's saying this with a straight face.
And I would have said a few weeks ago that Trump would never do that to you. He would never just throw you into an Israeli war. But right now,
a few weeks ago, I would have confidently asserted that, rest assured, dear Trump voter, you can 100% sleep well at night knowing that Donald Trump would never drag your ass or your kids into a regional conflict, certainly not one with Israel. You're an idiot. You are a fucking moron. And should instantly discredit her. The fact that, okay, so you really did like no research for your candidate. You really don't give a shit about anything other than what you see on TV and just headlines.
Now our planes are flying in the sky and things are going nuclear. So I don't have that confidence anymore. And I'm comfortable with people being dishonorably discharged because the dishonor has come from our politicians.
Imagine if Owens got added to her take, bro. LOL, I need it to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if she goes on one day.
The dishonor has come from our politicians who routinely lie in our faces and are willing to let us die to serve their financial interests. So why don't they dishonorably discharge themselves from public office?
The article you sent me was written by a Jew, very biased. Okay, Z-Stream 64. I'm sorry, I don't. Like, you're just a fucking anti-Semitic moron. See ya.
Office. That works for me. And I think a great place for you guys to go into would be into security. There are a lot of security firms that are popping up all over. I'm certainly a person that needs security all the time. And I think that's the way. Start establishing your own security.
Is she a targeted individual?
And all other jobs. I mean, you guys are the brawn, you know what I mean? And there's no question that America is never out of jobs for people who are willing to actually use their bodies. We need you guys, and I would totally respect a dishonorable discharge at this moment.
You guys are hair sisters? What does that mean? Because we both have black straight hair that we straighten?
You shouldn't die for Bibi Netanyahu's messianic vision. Dre Harden writes, Candace and Thomas Massie, 2028. I always say if Thomas Massie runs, I will run beneath him and after him and around him. He is one of the very few Americans that has...
She might be now speaking out against Sonny. We'll see.
Has not sold out the American people. Which
I'll believe it when I see it because I was expecting a lot more, but it was like very, very tepid.
Why he is catching heat from Trump. And yeah, I agree with that. I don't know if something happens when you get to DC and suddenly you just become a prostitute for money and lobbying interests, but somehow, some way.
Because the thing is that these people are light on the criticism, and then as soon as they do something that's popular with their base, with their audience, then all of a sudden we can forgive things. Like she'll like next time he does something that she likes, like supports a bunch of Mexicans or whatever, she'll be like, look, I've had my disagreements with Donald Trump. I have literally said that he has aided and abetted a genocide, but I don't think she's called it a genocide, but aided and abetted mass slaughter of Palestinians. But I have to give credit where credit's due. And immediately she will go back to simping for him. It's not going to last.
Thomas Massie has been able to withstand that sort of...
And that will be framed as, see, the easy thing for me to do would be a hater because I already disavowed him. But I'm not going to not allow myself to praise a president when they do something right. She's going to find some excuse for it.
Pressure, despite AIPAC spending money to go after him.
And people watch her will be like, wow, she's so... Yeah, they'll be like, you're so real, you're so consistent, you're so principled. That's why I respect you, Candace, and not these other people.
Attacking him online, IDF literal bots Again, how much evidence can we ignore? We have showed you clips of them saying that they engaged in the information war, training people to edit Wikipedia so that it favors their Zionist vision. This is deception. This is lies. This is the synagogue of Satan. You cannot deal in lies and deception and be God's chosen people. Duh. And stop listening to podcasters that tell you otherwise, because they are a part of an infiltration. There's no question in my mind that they are a part of an infiltration. Anyways, I got to stop ranting at you guys today. There's so much more that I could say.
Anyways.
I am Team Tucker. If I didn't make that clear, I am Team Tucker. I am Team America, America first. And I disagree with Trump's assessment that he gets to decide whatever America first is. So I said I was going to go, but actually I'm going to show you this Trump tweet because it was actually pretty stunning, and really shows you where his mind's at, that he believes that he gets to dictate what is and is not America first. Can you pull up that tweet, Skylar? Sorry. Everyone's always in the comments like, poor Skylar. Skylar, get the tweet. It's like that movie, Mom, where's the lasagna? Donald Trump.
It's like that movie, Mom, Where's the Lasagna? I don't get any of her cultural references.
Tweeted, America first means many great things, including the fact that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Make America great again. So you can copy and paste this, and this could be anyone's argument. It could be Obama's argument. It could be George Bush's argument, George Bush Jr.'s argument. We're all America first. It just means whatever I say it means. It means that...
Musk called Trump a pedo and then a week later sucked up to him again.
With
part of the deal.
No evidence of them having a nuke. We've got to go and die because they could potentially someday maybe have a nuke. We're going to go to war with China. Yeah, that's still America first, because it also means that, China...
See, this is the stuff that's useful. If other conservative MAGA creators are forced to reckon with what the fuck she say, this criticism here, it will be stunning to watch these people twist themselves into fucking pretzels to explain how this line of thinking, which could justify any sort of preemptive attack on any sovereign nation, how does that fit into the America First framework? How is that anti-interventionist?
Shouldn't be doing...
She has to be referencing Lifetime movies? LOL. I can't imagine what else it would be.
Better than us in the free markets. Whatever.
That was Wedding Crashers, though, I think, not Old School. That movie was not. It was so disappointing. I remember watching it thinking...
It is. We're just
great scene. Wedding Crashers wasn't funny.
That we're just going to...
I don't really like those types of movies.
We want to do America first. No, this is not America first. War is not America first. Never-ending war and the never-ending excuses for why we have to go to war is not America first. And you know that. You know that. So don't say silly things, please. You can't just say stuff, Trump.
Please, Trump, stop being a silly little goose. Trump's not a silly goose. He knows exactly what he's doing.
You can't just say stuff.
You can say he's an idiot, but it's quit trying to act like he doesn't have any agency, that you can just fucking scapegoat and blame the Jews. It's not what you could that's not what it is. You just accept that Trump is a fucking liar or manipulator. They will do anything, but just accept, yeah, I was duped by a guy that pretends to be anti-war, but actually he's not.
Stuff and expect us to accept it. I don't accept that. I want real America first, and that term belongs to any person that is willing to execute on that. And unfortunately, it does not seem that you are that individual anymore. I hope I'm wrong. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hey, look, I want to see Kyle Kalinske, what he has to say about this Dave Smith clip that she brought up. Impeach him. Dave Smith turns on Trump and apologizes for supporting him.
For the show, I got a great one for you today. So in just a second, whoo, is this nice? Dave Smith, the well-known libertarian, he went on Breaking Points, and he's the first one.
Not to take her side, but Candace is consistently anti-war and anti-America interventionism. If you support Donald Trump, no, you're not.
I'm willing to give credit to for breaking with Trump for real, because not only does he apologize for supporting Trump, he also says Trump should be impeached over this war with Iran. So, ooh, that's a spicy clip. I love it. I can't wait to play it for you. So we'll talk about that. We also have Trump threatening to invade Democratic cities yet again. This comes just a few days after, remember, he went out there and said, maybe we've gone too far and maybe we shouldn't arrest immigrants from hotels and from the service industry, and I'm getting a lot of...
I usually hate people's Trump impressions, but there's something so amusing about watching Kyle do it.
The phone calls and people saying maybe we should reel it in, and I think that's right. I think we should. He goes from that, immediately does a 180 and goes back to mass deportations, and we're going to go after all the major Democratic cities. So we'll talk about that. We have the world's smuggest Zionist hits a brick wall of facts. Libertarian Scott Horton has a field day with Leland Viller. Leland is also the guy that Crystal destroyed debating Israel a while ago. Then we have Trump pardoning a MAGA rioter who is now arguing
fangirling much? Yes, I am fangirling. I am Kyle Kulinski's strongest soldier.
At his,
I do like his work for the most part.
Conviction.
He posts cringe every now and then about some like foreign policy takes, but for the most part, he's very, very solid.
Should be overturned as a result of that pardon. We have Tucker going to war with Fox News, which is a glorious thing to see. We have some Marines that are revolting against Trump over their LA deployment, and we have just an astonishing report about how much money Trump made last year because of his corrupt deals. That is a wild story, y'all. It is wild. All right, so let's go ahead and get it started. So, oh, and by the way, all the shameless plugs, you know the drill. Everybody subscribe. Everybody support the show on Patreon. Go subscribe to Corin's World so you can watch Kyle and Corin. Go subscribe to Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. Basically said, like, look, man, if Trump greenlights war with Iran, I will apologize for supporting him for the rest of my life. And I remember doing a segment at the time, and what I said was, hey, Dave, shouldn't you already be apologizing? Because Trump was a colossal warmonger in his first term. And one of Trump's, main things in his first term was being a warmonger. So for Dave, a libertarian who cares deeply about being anti-war, to come out here and act like, well, if Trump is a warmonger, then it's like, no, but he already is a warmonger, so shouldn't you already be apologizing? Well, so I would contend that I was right about that, but I do have to say, this is the first Trump supporter I've seen really do a full mea culpa now that Trump has greenlit war with Iran. So first, let's look at what he said a few months back, and then we'll listen to his new commentary now.
And they were like, they'll probably cheer him on if he launches a war in Iran. And I saw one guy underneath that said, it goes, I know Dave Smith sure will. And okay, it's just like a comment on Twitter, but I was just like blown away. And I'm not blown away by much, but I was like, does anybody actually thinks I would, just because I'm like, well, I did support this guy, so I'll rationalize and like defend?
Yes, but it's less of a person. He's taking it so personally, and it's not because it's because people have a basically correct stereotype of MAGA and MAGA followers and Trump supporters and Trump voters that to the bitter end, they will defend everything that Trump does. They will somehow find a way to make it make sense, how it's all part of some grand plot, grand strategy. And there's only different shades of gray when it comes to like levels of fealty to Donald Trump. That's it. So yes, if you vote for Trump, you will be lumped in with that group, whether you like it or not.
Getting in another war in the Middle East but just for anyone who may have that, I will say this. If Donald Trump actually does launch a war in Iran, not only will I not support it, I will apologize for the rest of my life for voting for the guy. That undoes any positive that might have come out of this. So just to be clear on that, it would be the most disastrous policy. And I just can't even believe, I mean, maybe like I didn't even mean it, but I can't believe anyone would think like, that somehow we're now in the business of just sucking up to Donald Trump.
And let me just say, Dave, the reason why that person said...
And like Dave's probably going to get a bunch of shit for doing this because, yes, there is a line that you have to toe if you're going to be embraced by any MAGA adjacent creators. And they do not like people that openly criticize Trump to the point that they jump ship. Because he doesn't even need to flip and become a Democrat for him to get shit from the right.
That is because there's a track record among MAGA where when Trump does something that they personally don't like, what they do is they go, oh, Trump was duped by these nefarious forces around him. He didn't really want to do that thing, but he ended up doing that thing because he's getting bad advice.
This was literally what Candace Owens just did for a whole fucking hour. It was a whole hour of trying to deflect and shift blame away to scapegoat anybody else and criticize anybody else except Donald Trump.
The people
who's just a little boy, helpless little boy who didn't know that he was being dragged around by Zionists or something.
So that's why people think that. Is because there's always this song and dance and this mental gymnastics that goes into it for virtually every other Trump supporter, where Trump does something evil and horrible and wrong, and they go, well, that doesn't really count because that wasn't him, that was the neocons, that was this person, that was that person.
Yeah, it was Musk, it was Steve Bannon, it was Mike Pence, it was an advisor, it was it was somebody else.
Like, it is him. He makes decisions. He's a grown-ass man. He's fucking 79 years old. He's doing the shit that he wants to do. Okay, so let's get that clear. But to Dave's credit, as I said, here he is on Breaking Points, and he says the following.
It was in 2007 that the Pentagon told George W. Bush that we cannot go to war with Iran because we do not have escalation dominance against them, essentially meaning that they can hit all of our bases and embassies in the region, and we are very vulnerable to them. And we've already seen demonstrated since the Israeli attack that the Iranian, the missiles that they sent last year toward Israel, as many of us guessed, that wasn't really their best. They were intentionally making an attack that wouldn't really hurt anybody, that wouldn't really lead to a war, which Iran has done over and over again. But now we've pushed them to the point where they probably don't feel that they have the option not to respond. And Donald Trump telling telling him to come back to the negotiating table now is a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, what an impotent leader to be sitting there talking about coming back to the negotiating table. It's like sitting after Pearl Harbor and telling FDR, now's the time to go negotiate with the Japanese. Negotiate.
Kyle's solid. I know he's going to bring up that he just left out that Trump tore up the agreement, right?
Negotiations are over now. The time for negotiations was before this. And so, yeah, Donald Trump, listen, man, I supported him this last year. I apologize for doing so. It was a bad calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one. But he should be impeached and removed for this one, and not on some not on some ridiculous Nancy Pelosi. Of course, the Congress will never do it because they're all a bunch of corrupt hacks.
This is the one thing they support. This is like
Donald Trump should be impeached and removed for this. All of his supporters should turn.
I mean, he should be, but he won't be. This won't be the issue that they go after him for. Even though I do think that there would be an appetite among the base for him to be impeached already. It'd probably something related to like immigration or ignoring like judges would probably be something that's more suitable
on him. It's the absolute betrayal of everything that he ran and campaigned on and everything that he stood for. And I will say, despite the fact that, Donald Trump supporters have been labeled like a cult following, and that certainly is true for a percentage of his supporters, he's going to lose his coalition over this.
See, he really doesn't understand the MAGA movement. I cannot believe it that he genuinely thinks that he still has not woken up to the fact that no, MAGA is a cult, dude. MAGA is not going to like fracture the base. What you're seeing is you're going to see like different, I'm hyperbolic. I joke about, the MAGA civil war or whatever, but it all lasts for a week and then they end up reuniting because, again, they can coalesce around these like mainstay issues for them, like mass immigration. And that's the thing that just keeps them together. So even if they have these disagreements over foreign policy, that bond that exists between them and the other shit that Trump is going to do that they'll all praise him over in unison creates like too much unity.
I don't just speak for myself when I say there are a lot of us who simply will not go along with this. So it's just a devastating mistake. By the way, on top of that, he's also going to lose the deportation fight because of this. Because right now he needed all the political capital he could have to turn that,
He's not losing the deportation fight. Why? It doesn't follow from this that he's not going to be able to get his domestic agenda done. We're not even 6 months into his first it's his first term.
He got a majority support for deportations, but the minority is very mobilized and they're out and they're protesting all around the country. He needed all of his political capital for that move. So here's what we got. The neocons win. More war abroad and, bomb the world and invite the world. No matter who you vote for, you always get John McCain.
So he apologized for supporting Trump and he said he should be impeached over this. That is the strongest anti-Trump sentiment I've ever heard from a Trump supporter, maybe my entire time following politics. Couple points there, though. He says, well, now he's going to lose the deportation fight because of this. Dave, I got some...
I agree with the cult point generally, though. You think it's really just like a minority? I don't think it's a minority. I think the majority of the only difference that I'll make is that there's a difference between a Trump voter versus a Trump supporter. What you just saw was somebody who is clearly a Trump voter. He ambiently consumed news, media. He's like, even though Dave Smith is constantly online, it seems like I don't think I'm wrong to say he's a low information voter because he really just took a presidential candidate and politician at their word that when they said, I'm going to be anti-war, they really didn't actually bother to compare his rhetoric against his first term and see, is this guy lying to me? He actually just took him at his word because he sounded meaningfully different than Biden and postured in some ways at different times as the kind of pro-peace candidate, even though he's not. He's relying on collective amnesia and the fact that the voter has a very, very short memory, and they're just not going to remember all of the errors from the first administration. But then you have Trump supporters, and those are different to me than the voters because the supporters are his the MAGA diehard super soldiers. But it's very easy for Trump voters to become Trump supporters, and it's less easy for Trump supporters to go just back to Trump's voters, if that makes sense. Yeah, if there's breaks in the Trump coalition, it will be fair weather, Trump supporters versus the cultists, I guess. Yep.
Good news for you, pal. The mass deportations will continue. I don't know if you noticed, but there's ICE raids across the country where they're rounding up innocent people and shipping them out with no due process whatsoever. And in my mind, if anything, it's the opposite. Trump is now gonna double down on
even with Biden or whatever. Biden's favorability with his with respect to his Israel policy, that didn't drop overnight or anything like that. It was only after months and months and months and months and months that you start to see that really, really steady decline
on that and triple down on that because he feels like he's an authoritarian in the corner now and there's dissent. And so what do what do authoritarians do when they're in the corner like that? They only get more aggressive, right? They don't wilt. They try to.
I get banned and I get called an anti-Semite because I said a fact that an article was sent to me was written by someone that believes in Judaism. Yes, you were called an anti-Semite and banned from my chat because you said an article was biased simply because the author of it was a Jew. I don't tolerate that in my chat. So goodbye.
Take their iron grip on power.
You're a moron if you think that it's impossible for minorities to talk about issues related to themselves and not be objective. If you see a bias manifesting, then point it out. But you don't just get to be like, oh, but it's written by a Jewish person. It can't be trusted. You're a moron. That's like saying you can't listen to black people talk about BLM because they're black themselves, so they have a stake in it.
Power even harder. And so I genuinely think that, if anything, the mass deportations are going to be ramped up. Now, my difference with Dave Smith on that is the mass deportations are bad. Like, this is not, like, it would be great if this means, oh, shit, now he fumbled the ball and there's no mass deportations and he lost his political capital, etc. But no, I think, if anything, the opposite is going to happen. And he also said there, this is a betrayal of what he campaigned on. But this is the thing, Dave, and this was always my frustration, being like the one man in America who was screaming through a megaphone that Trump's a warmonger, is that it's not really a betrayal of what he campaigned on. Because if you listen closely to what he says, half the time he said anti-war shit, and then the other half the time he would say massively pro-war shit. In this campaign, Trump literally, at an event, into a fucking microphone in front of a room of people said, Israel should attack the nuclear sites. That's the places you should attack, is the nuclear sites. That's what you should do. So how these people just sort of like write off all the things they don't like that Trump says, this shit needs to be fucking studied, bro. There's something